and strategic issues. Over to the panel.
Minutes for you, because there will be no questions. Chairman, MLF, ladies and gentlemen. Today we're going to talk of heartland and rimland. I would not call it a clash because both are right in their own way. This being a military-lit festival, I will labor a little on the historical context and the historical dimensions of these two theories. And my brilliant panelists, of course, will then go further to analyze what are India's choices. I will give my two-penny bit at the end of it. The heartland theory was first propounded by Mackinder. He was a geographer at the Oxford University in 1904. And his analysis is based on military history of 1500 years, which preceded the 20th century. He looked at the history of Eurasia, Europe per se, the Central Lands, and right up to Siberia. So he was looking at British interests in the 20th century. And drawing from those historical analysis of his, he came out with a theory that he who controls the pivot land will control. Next karo. So this is a map from his original publication. नहीं वापस जाओ यार, वापस कहाँ जा रहे हो? अरे number 2 slide. वापस जाओ, वापस. एक वापस. This is a map from his publication of 1904. Please map पे आ जाओ. So if you see, in the center is marked pivot area. And this pivot area roughly corresponds to Russia. In the UK, or that time the British Empire, there was a fear that the Russians would one day grow too big. And his entire analysis is based on the concept of power which would emanate from this pivot land. And then if you see, just below the pivot area, there is a thing called the inner crescent. Now this inner crescent was later on referred by Spikeman as the pivot, the rimland. This corresponds to the rimland of Spikeman. And then the last one he spoke of is the outer crescent, which is America, Africa, Australia, and also included Japan. Now, he was articulating that the British Empire should worry about the growth of the Russian Empire. And there were historical reasons for it. Though Britain had defeated Russia in the Crimean War and imposed a peace treaty, but that spurred Russia to start its industrial revolution. And that bothered the British Empire, because the British Empire was then controlling the inner crescent. They were controlling the maritime domains of Atlantic, of the Indian Ocean, right up to Southeast Asia. And Japan was an ally of the British in the early 20th century. And during the First World War, this is before after Mackinder spoke, they had captured parts of Siberia and China. So, Mackinder underplayed the British power at that time and overplayed the Russian power. and he developed this theory that the heartland, if it expands to the inner crescent, would then create a very large naval force, and that naval force would then dominate the maritime seas. Now, then he gave an answer also. He said that the British Empire needs to control the inner crescent, which it was doing at that time. So he underplayed this issue purposely, and he overplayed the Russian context. One thing Mackinder missed totally was the rise of Germany. After 1871 war, when Prussia had defeated all its neighbors, the German Industrial Revolution started. And by early 20th century, it had become a very powerful state next to the heartland as visualized by Mackinder. But this point was not discussed by him, but there was a British civil servant called Crowe who highlighted this fact that Germany is becoming very powerful and we need to take note of it. One more issue which came to fore at that time was that Mackinder's theory was not absorbed fully by the British Empire because there were two Germans. One is Haushofer, whose theory of expansion, and second was, I think, Ratzel, who spoke of Germany being a living organism, needed space to expand. Now, this point was absorbed by the Germans very well, and the First World War came, and the Second World War came, and Mackinder's theory remained a little dormant. After the First World War, Spikeman, who was in the Yale University, started talking of the expansionist views of Europe. He spoke of Germany, he spoke of many issues. In his book, America's Strategy for the World, he discussed various scenarios. I don't need to go into them, but two things which he did discuss. One was the expansion of Japan and Germany into the American continent, because the 1823 Monroe Doctrine had laid out that America will look after the Western Hemisphere, nobody should interfere in it. However, America started worrying about Germany and Japan after the First World War. And Spikeman then discussed these theories. Next slide, please. Next slide. अगली slide करो. This is Spikeman's concept of heartland as well as the rimland. I'll show another slide which will talk of the rimland. But this is how he visualized the world, and these long lines are the maritime domains. Admiral Prakash has left, otherwise I would have asked him to speak a little bit more on this. So, this is Spikeman's view of the world before World War II. Now, during the World War, this is what Spikeman showed, that both these frontiers, that is the Japanese as well the Germans, had two amphibian sides and one continental side. The continental side in Europe was Russia, and the continental side in Japan was China and Russia. And the other two amphibious sides were the British and the American empires. So this is how he has seen the Second World War. Now, I am showing you two maps. Please look at the map on the top. This is Spikeman's view of how Germany and Japan can address America. So he visualized that there could be an invasion. He's discussed this invasion in this book in great detail. And he's also said where can they come? They can come to the Caribbean, they can come to the Gulf of Mexico and all. So this is his idea of the Euro-Asian powers attacking America. And the second, the lower slide, talks of the American power addressing Eurasia. Now, this is the actual rimland which Spikeman spoke of. If you see the dark gray areas, these are the rimlands which were in his concept of control of the world. Because in a paper which was published after his death, it clearly said, who controls rimland controls Eurasia. And who controls Eurasia controls the destinies of the world. This is his publication. Now, both these authors, these analysts, these strategists discussed the concept of power in geographical and military history terms. But they were also aware there are many other issues which touch upon national power. They highlighted those also, but somehow in these theories they get sidelined, which were national resources, topography, geography, relationship to the equator, the industrial strength, the population density, the mineral density, and various other things. So those were other issues. Now Spikeman's theory here, please relate to what happened post World War II. All the areas which are on grey, less the top, were part of NATO, CENTO, SEATO, ANZUS, the American-Japanese Treaty, the American-Philippines Treaty. So America post 1945 has de facto controlled the rimland. Now, during these people's time, there were only, in Mackinder's time, there were two powers, land power and sea power. So he spoke of interior lines of communication of the pivot land and exterior of the maritime domain. And by the time Spikeman came, air power had started asserting itself. So these two focused on land, sea and air power. Whereas now today, we have to look at two additional domains. One is nuclear and one is space. And space has got discussed earlier also. So we need to look at 5 domains now and not 2. So what has happened now? In the past 80 years since this domination took place, Soviet Union has collapsed, China has asserted, and there is now a greater realization amongst certain powers that this also needs to be challenged. And this is being challenged. In the last 80 years, China has grown. And China has grown for various reasons. I don't justify them, but I do wish to place on record that they talk of a century of humiliation, an encirclement by the US and its allies, by its growing military power, by its growing economic power, by its growing social moorings, and therefore China feels it deserves a place of its own rightly in the world. And now, the last few years have pushed China and Russia closer. There are analysts who talk of the opposite dimension also. But the fact is that the Ukraine war has put both these people on the same side. So now we find that a new, these are the points which I highlighted earlier, that these are the type of the factors which make national power. Now, coming to our domain, now you see China's relationship to us, and I'll talk of this a little later. China is huge. It's a heartland power and it's a rimland power. And some analysts in the last few years have spoken of Spikeman's theory also being applied to China and to Siberia. And therefore, I'm showing you a map of China for this reason, that it's a huge heartland power. It has created SCO, it has created various other organizations, and it is in a position to become a heartland and a rimland power on its own. Now, the two blocks which have now emerged are shown. On the right is the Russia-China bloc. I don't call them a bloc, but I'm saying they are power centers. and they are exerting power outwardly, as I depict in red. And the US and its allies are depicted by the black arrows. So their power is against these two. So this is the present context of heartland and rimland. But if you notice, China and Siberia and Russia constitute a fairly large rimland. And this is a map with US centric. It's the same map, but I've just shown it in different dimension, how America can feel threatened. And this is India's place in the context of rimland. Now, I have done the historical context, and now my brilliant speakers are going to talk of what India's choices are. I leave it to them. But this is how I wish the Indians to see India in the context of a global power, and look at the maritime domain of which the last session was about. Thank you so much. Over to Bharat Karnat.
Geography is basically the core of all strategy. Unless there's geographical awareness, you have no strategy. India has been singularly unaware of geography. And therefore, we have suffered over time because we have no sense of what India is about in a geographic sense, and therefore we have no idea of what follows in terms of geopolitics, in terms of forging geopolitics that are conducive to your national interests. You have seen the map. You see this map? India is both a continental power and it is a maritime power. We dominate the Indian Ocean basin. Continental power, we are hedged in by the mountains and natural terrain, the deserts on the left, the forested highlands in the east. That was the reason why, in the Vedic texts, India was considered a large island, Jambudvip. The trouble with that concept on our attitude and our mindset has been that we have become insular. We think that because we are protected by the seas on three sides, the mountains in the north, the desert on the west, the forested highlands in the east, we are secure from any influences and predatory impulses coming from elsewhere. One of the reasons that I've discussed in my books that we are geopolitically and geographically innocents is that Jawaharlal Nehru thought that geopolitics had been given a bad name by Karl Haushofer. It was mentioned briefly by General Nagel. Karl Haushofer conceived, of course, of something called, and it was referred to again, as a breathing space for a vigorous nation, Lebensraum, the concept of Lebensraum. And he thought of Germany as requiring the fairly sparsely populated areas of the Ukraine and the Russian steppes to make it German, so it'll be a land for Germany to enlarge itself, to become more vibrant. And that is the lesson that Nehru took from geopolitics, that geopolitics is bad. Just because Karl Haushofer, his advice was followed by Hitler, and so the entire institutional mechanism of the Indian government then became antipathetic to geopolitics. And therefore, we have no vision of any kind that refers in any manner to geography. The last known tract written by an Indian of some note was K.M. Panika, our erstwhile ambassador in China, who talked about Asia and Western dominance and sourced correctly the Western dominance of India and most of Asia to lack of maritime consciousness and power and so on. Without quite offering solutions for India, other than the fact he said that you tie up with the UK, our erstwhile and former colonial authority. He said, well, tie up your interests to them, so your interests are protected. It is sort of echoes the modern day note that we hear of, that we ally ourselves to America. And you have AUKUS and quadrilateral and so on, that will in some ways further India's national interests. It won't. Quad, AUKUS, all these concepts essentially further American interests. Most major powers have a geographical vision, and that's why they're great powers. The reason India is not a great power is because India has no geographical vision. To go back to what I said very early on, our vision is that, and as I said, I refer to the insular mindset that has been sourced to ancients, but our vision is Vishwa Guru and so on. Completely abstract notions that have no military meaning. And so I have been propagating over the years that we have to base and root our strategy and vision in geography. And of course, Nicholas Spikeman, who was at the University of Pennsylvania when he conceived of the Rimland, incidentally in 1947, after the Second World War, and his viewpoint, which is a correct viewpoint from the Indian point of view, was that the heartland powers can be contained. If you go back to the earlier map, Mackinder's map, Halford Mackinder, you have the Rimland. Should they become independent, he said, and he foresaw India becoming independent in 1947. He wrote this in a paper in 1946, so he anticipated India becoming independent. And then India then, being rich enough, and most of the Rimland countries becoming independent of Western powers, becoming rich enough, influential enough, militarily powerful enough to band together to then contain the heartland power. That is China in our day. It's a very good thing that the Russia-China nexus is not going to work out, simply because if any country has reason to suspect Chinese motives and intent, it is Russia. Because the Chinese still claim all of Siberia, all of the Kamchatka Peninsula, because these were in fact taken away from the Chinese imperial realm by the Russian during the Tsarist Empire. The Tsarist Empire with Beijing, the treaties of Beijing and so on, in the 1850s and 60s, pretty much carved out most of Siberia, and the Russian Far East, or what is now Russian Far East, was originally Chinese. And if the Chinese reclaim or seek to reclaim what they think is their own, then Russia has a problem. Just as we are having a problem with what they see is an imperial legacy of Tibet, of the rest of southern Tibet, which is Xizang, or what we call Arunachal Pradesh, as being within their ambit, territorial ambit, and so on. Now, insofar as we have to deal with China in the present, how do we negate, because we have, as I said, no sense, geographic sense, and we have failed miserably over the last 70 years to be any kind of a meaningful power. My 2015 book, Why India is Not a Great Power Yet, goes into it in some detail. And what you have is a dilemma for India. We have not prepared ourselves, we don't have a vision, our military is all essentially, our Air Force and Army are essentially, shall we say, short-legged. We have no reach, we have no weapons with reach. We do not have a concept of distant operations. We don't have distant operations notions because we don't have any idea of a distant power for India. And therefore we haven't had any kind of military to meet these kinds of notions, geopolitical notions. Now, if India has to make do with what is given us in the present day, with all our constraints and weaknesses and shortfalls, what's the best way to do it before eventually, whenever we become a great power, which may take a far longer time, 2047, and Amrit Kal. I hate to be an equal opportunity critic and skeptic, but that is what one needs to be able to appreciate the problems we face. What has been talked about as quadrilateral, Japan, India, Australia, and the US, is essentially conceived by the Americans as their sword arm in the Indo-Pacific, that we'll do their work for them in containing China. We need to be aware of that. How do we turn this to our benefit? I've talked about and conceived of something called a modified quadrilateral, a mod quad. The mod quad having the three powers, India, Australia, and Japan, and as a fourth leg in the quadrant, have a bunch of Southeast Asian countries that are now rich, can afford a good military, but do not have the influence because they're too small. Make them part of the fourth leg. But it's not to alienate the US. The US will do what it wants to do. Because, as Kissinger long ago said, we don't need to have a strategy. We have enough riches and capability to do what we want when we want it, which is now proven by Trump. To rely on America is to really go down a hole. Now, I say this because most of my schooling has been in America, all my schooling, in fact, and I've lived nearly 14 years of my life there. And what I've discovered is that they're fairly dispassionate of whom they adopt as friends and think of as adversaries and enemies. They're agnostic. We tend to get sentimental. There's nothing to be sentimental about geography. We are a sentimental people. And that is our weakness, in part. So you have a mod quad that takes out the US. And I have talked about the BRICS, which we know about as an economic accord that, by the way, has every potential to replace the US-led liberal economic order. And we are now taking very big strides in that direction by essentially replacing the dollar for trade as a trade currency. Once you replace the dollar as trade currency, then all of the US economy gets into peril. And this is now beginning to happen. Why and how? Because the BRICS is thinking of its own currency, which Trump has said is the worst thing that can happen to the US, and why he's going to ensure that BRICS is going to fail. He said so. If some of you have been following Trump, will remember. This is why. And therefore, but because BRICS also includes China, which is our greatest and only adversary of note, we have what I've called BRIS, which is a purely security-minded coalition that we carve out of BRICS. And because the BRICS in themselves are fairly well located, South Africa, controlling most of the southern Atlantic, southern Indian Oceans out of Simonstown. India, pretty much dominating all of the Indo-Basin, Indian Ocean Basin. And then you have Brazil, which is again controlling the entire Atlantic. You have a great map of the three countries, India, South Africa, and Brazil, essentially becoming pivotal to trade and to security in the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic, and the Pacific on the sidebars. That's the kind of vision that we should hew to. It is a practicable vision. Someone has to have an idea of what to do in terms of where to be in geographic terms. Vishwaguru doesn't cut it. Other kinds of things don't cut it. And what our strategy and foreign policy has been is we think strategy is balancing power. So we are good adept at balancing power, aren't we? That doesn't help us or our national interests. And therefore, very simply, you have BRICS, you have the Mod Quad as a baseline, and then India should be able, and that's what I'm sort of conceiving and have already conceptualized somewhere, but I'll be fleshing it out in my new book that's coming out. A whole bunch of loose security minilaterals. For instance, you have a minilateral with the Philippines, Indonesia, that can pretty much blockade China in the South China Sea. The idea is to block an enemy as far from your shores as possible. There's no point in saying that China is coming into the Indian Ocean. If they ever come in, it should be at our sufferance, not because they choose to do so. And this is the point, I think, the sort of idea and that's the attitude India should bring and our military should bring, really. Instead, for 70 years, and I'm sorry to say, we have been fixated on a piddling Pakistan. I know we are now celebrating the 1965 war and so on, completely irrelevant to our concerns, in the larger concerns. Please understand what the difference is between Pakistan and China as threats. Pakistan is a nuisance, not a threat. China is a threat. You can use an elephant gun to kill a gnat that's hovering around you, and you'll blow off your own feet, which is what we have ended up doing. Or we can use a rolled up newspaper, which we are beginning to understand is a far better way of dealing with a pesky Pakistan, instead of making it our main effort, which really elevates Pakistan and reduces us. And that's why, in a very real sense, no one takes India seriously in the international realm. Let's again speak truth to power and at least be truthful to ourselves. We know this. We know this in our hearts. We are far from being a great power, and the reason we are not a great power is because we've always ignored geography and the geopolitical imperatives. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to, at the outset, thank General Shergill and the MLF for having me here. General Nagal, Dr. Karnad, and friends, today we are revisiting one of the most enduring debates, strategic debates, the contest between the heartland and the rimland. And our big question is, what choices does India have in this debate? This is not just an academic exercise. From the conflict in Ukraine to the tensions in South China Sea, from China's BRI to the Indo-Pacific strategy, the world is being reorganized around the very fault lines that Mackinder and Spikeman outlined over a century ago. And India, by virtue of its geography, sits right in the middle of all this. I will divide my remarks in two parts. The first is to look at the basics of this debate, and the second is to see how contemporary issues fit into it. See, Halford Mackinder's heartland theory of 1904 envisioned Eurasia. I think you have seen that map that General Nagal showed, the vast landmass of Europe and Russia, stretching from Eastern Europe to Siberia. He called that the world island. And he basically said, those who control the heartland rule the world. So this is 1904. Now, Nicholas Spikeman in 1940s, came back with an alternate theory. He argued that it's not the heartland, but it's the surrounding coastal belts, the rimland, that decides global supremacy. Control of the rimland, Western Europe, Middle East, South, East, and Southeast Asia, if you can control them, you can control access to the sea, trade, communication routes. In essence, the heartland controls the landmass, but the rimland controls the flow of power. Modern geopolitics, therefore, is basically about how these two realms react, the heartland and the rimland. At this point, I would like to introduce another person who was spoken of in an earlier session, that is Alfred Thayer Mahan, the great US naval specialist of the 1890s. He argued that control of the seas is the foundation of global power. He spoke of naval strength, naval capability, control of choke points. Why Mahan is important is because he shifts the attention from land power to maritime trade and naval dominance. Now we know in recent history, powers like Great Britain, powers like the United States, who have controlled the maritime areas, have really controlled the global power. So what Mahan has done is to provide the operational method for Spikeman's theory. Now, the heartland-rimland duality has driven major power rivalry in the century. Cold War was the ultimate test. In the Cold War, the heartland, Soviet Union, Russia, was pitted against the United States. The US-led alliances of Europe and it embodied maritime containment. The wars in Korea, Vietnam, Afghanistan were fought along the geopolitical fault line. Post-Cold War dynamics have revived the new form. Ukraine crisis reflects Russia's push to defend the heartland. You see, whereas the US and Europe are reinforcing the rimland buffer. Now, what about India's geostrategic centrality? Where does India fit into this story? See, geographically and strategically, India is the hinge. As I said, it's the hinge between heartland and rimland, because it stretches from the latitude of Central Asia. If you look at northern Kashmir and you look at the latitude, you'll see it's approximately Central Asia and right down to a few degrees short of the equator. To the north lies the Eurasian interior. To the north of India is, the Eurasia, meaning Russia proper lies to the north. Central Asia, China, Russia, the core heartland. but to the south stretches the Indian Ocean. India thus bridges continental Asia and maritime Indo-Pacific. It's a bridge. This dual location gives India enormous leverage, but it also exposes us to competing pressures. The Indian Ocean is the main energy highway of the world. Nearly 70% of global oil shipments go through the Indian Ocean. India is positioned next to three critical global choke points: Straits of Malacca, Straits of Hormuz, and the Bab el-Mandeb, the Red Sea. It is in its contemporary foreign policy, and that's why you see how Indian policy works. So India engages continental powers in forums such as Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the Russia-India-China grouping. So we engage these Russia, China, and the Central Asian countries. On the other hand, we anchor our maritime partnerships like the Quad and the Indo-Pacific frameworks. We also promote organizations like the Indian Ocean Rim Association, founded in 1997, the SAGAR, the Security for Growth for All in the region, which was formed in 2015, the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, and the BIMSTEC, Bay of Bengal Initiative for multi-sectoral technical economic cooperation. So this dual engagement defines India's identity as a bridge power, as a nation straddling two geopolitical theaters. But this geography is both a gift and a burden. India must constantly balance between the continental imperatives and the maritime imperatives. So we must work with Russia, Iran, Central Asia for energy security. And I need not point out that Iran actually is the closest source of hydrocarbons to India. But we can't right now trade with Iran because of the US embargo on Iran. Likewise, the US is now forcing us to drop the United States. Then there are the maritime imperatives, that is US, Japan, Australia, who we are cooperating with. If India leans too much towards the heartland, we risk alienating the key maritime powers. If we go too much towards the rimland, we risk losing the continental depth. Now, so basically we are looking for a strategic synthesis where heartland engagement and rimland maritime alignment. India must operate as both a continental balancer as well as a rimland power. The art of Indian diplomacy, right, is therefore to, kind of maintain this equilibrium, we might call strategic multi-alignment. So strategic priorities for India: to sustain its position, India must focus on 5 interlocking priorities. One is continental connectivity. So we must expand access to Central Asia via the International North-South Transportation Corridor and Chabahar, which I will talk more about. 1, continental connectivity. 2, maritime strength. 3, technological sovereignty. We must have technological sovereignty. 4, economic diplomacy. And 5, climate security and resilience. So what then are our challenges ahead? One of the largest challenges that we confront is Pakistan. Pakistan's blockade. Since partition, the creation of Pakistan has ensured that India has no access to the heartland. We can export products to Afghanistan, but Afghanistan can export products to India, but India can't send anything across. The Pakistanis block us. And of course, to the north, we have impenetrable mountains, Himalayas, Tibet, etc. Conscious of its contemporary dilemmas, India has moved to meet its heartland destiny through policies like creating the International North-South Transportation Corridor. This was a project begun in the 2000s. This project basically required linking Bombay, Mumbai with Iran, through Iran to Russia and beyond to Europe. So International North-South Transportation Corridor that began in the year 2000. The project had a lot of problems, primarily a lot of American embargoes on Iran, create problems for us, our companies to work there. Now, conscious of, the one is the INSTC. Now, Moscow is, the advantage now is that because Russia has been embargoed by the Europeans, they are pivoting southwards. So they are funding some of the areas, the rail links. There are many important rail links from Russia towards Iran. So the Russians are funding some of those. Another thing that has been spoken about is the Belt and Road Initiative of China. Now, this is, China is a classic case that where China looks at Eurasia as a method of security. So it has built rail traffic, it has rail traffic. 50 trains a day go from China to Europe. 50 freight trains every day, 20,000 trains in a year. So China basically is ensuring that it has some kind of safety valve against the rimland powers, against the maritime blockade which it is afraid of. So I will not describe the three corridors, northern corridor via Chongqing, then in 2023, Russia-China trade has almost gone up to $240 billion. The Chinese, of course, strategy is very clear. Simultaneously, it is active in boosting its maritime presence. So the Belt and Road Initiative has two components, an overland component and a maritime component. So the Chinese are very, very active in the maritime. They have invested in 129 port projects abroad. They own or operate more than 90 deep water ports. For example, they are on both ends of the Panama Canal. And the Americans are very angry because a whole lot of 40% of US container traffic goes through this canal. So as we've noted, the heartland alliance of China-Russia has deepened. A major factor has been the Ukraine war. And the joker in the pack is United States, the most formidable global power, which is also the dominant rimland force. So in conclusion, I would like to say the heartland-rimland clash is once again shaping the global order, and India stands at the crossroads. India's geography offers strategic leverage. Its choices will determine whether it becomes an autonomous pole in the multipolar world or remains constrained by rival pressures. India must not be forced to choose between land and sea, east and west. It must define a third path, a continental maritime synthesis that maximizes flexibility, autonomy, and influence. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've short of time, but still, if there are very pressing questions, we definitely like to answer. Yeah.
Sir, my name is Brigadier Harinder Singh. I asked the question earlier. Firstly, Spikeman died around about 42, 43. But his theory has stood the test of time because the First and Second World War saw the destruction of Germany by want of resources.
Keep it close.
But the main thing I'm saying is, India, most of the Chinese, as the Indian and other countries' border disputes are not made by them. They are historical in nature, thrust upon us by the Western powers. I'll give you an example. Initially, it was Japan which was pushing China out. China pushed them back. The problem they had with Vietnam was due to the French pushing the border forward. Similarly, India and China have had a very peaceful relation for 2,000, 3,000 years. And the issue of Aksai Chin and bit of northeast is created by the British by drawing arbitrary lines without consulting both the parts that we didn't have the. Similarly, the Durand line is also another problem there. My problem, if these two countries or these 3-4 countries sort out the problems, we need not have a war with China or any, shall we say, confrontation with China. It is not that we have had in the past, it's only in the recent times, courtesy of foreign power, British, thrusting a line for us. I'm just saying one thing, why must we be used as a cat's paw to further American interests?
So we are short of time. Can you answer
Okay, so we should refrain from being a member of Quad and other things. The reason for being members of pushing pro-America policy is just due to business of two important businessmen which are part of the present dispensation. I would recommend we don't confront China. It's a too big a nation, too big a power, and resolve the differences ourselves. Thank you.
No need to. Next question, please.
Yes, my question is for Mr. Kernot. And, you know, will the dilemma between rimland and heartland, will that be resolved by a balanced evaluation of strategic issues, or will the choice arise from the internal social dynamics of India? For instance, Nehru chose the heartland way back in 1920s and 30s when he said the Soviet Union was the country of the future. On the other hand, Ambedkar was willing to have the Western countries as an ally, and similarly Patel was also not hostile. So is this issue related to the internal social dynamics of India? And, you know, and I have other things to say, but you say there's not enough time, so.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think the attitude of the leadership, which is what I mentioned, the attitude of leadership, their thinking, their mindset is central to what the country does. I mean, the rest of us have no real say. We are agencies of the state in terms of once the government decides it wants to do something, then there are instruments to realize whatever it is the government wants. But the problem is, what is it that the government wants? And what the government wants, as my thesis is completely geopolitically naive. As I said, there's no vision that is rooted, that is grounded. These are all abstract notions of Vishwaguru and whatnot. So this is my peeve with the government and its policies. Once you get the hang of that, then the obvious becomes obvious, which is that China is the only threat. You see, that is a geopolitical reality. That is not something that can be wished away. And therefore, it is that eventuality that we need to be prepared for. How do you deal with China, which is comprehensively powerful, outmatches India in everything? They have shown such strategic foresight that I've often joked that if we don't have any strategic element in us, let's at least go ahead and imitate the Chinese.
Thank you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. I would say at the end, the topic said India's choices. And I feel that India has landed in this position because it has not developed its power. And Bharat and Manoj both have said, till you are not a powerful country, you will keep hedging your bets, you will keep looking for choices. So the answer lies in developing your power, and then one day somebody will come and ask you, what do you want us to do for you? Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's closing on to lunchtime, and I think we can have a round of applause for this wonderful session for the panelists. Thank you very much, sirs. And for the customary mementos, may I request our chairman, General Shergill, to kindly come up and give the mementos to the panelists. General Shergill, sir, please. May I request the panelists to kindly accept the mementos from the chairman? Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen and children, we will start the next session in 5 minutes. It will be conducted by Parneet. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Testing, okay. हमने ले लिया चलिए हेलो Should we start? वो कोई आएगा नहीं बोलने के लिए as we go here. Should we start? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are very thin on the ground. Maybe it's the lunch aspect. But this is an important session which is dealing with contemporary realities. We are looking at the global order, the disruptions in the global order, and how those disruptions are going to impact a very important aspect of a nation building, of nation's requirements, of nation's necessity, that is energy. So we will be discussing the importance of energy in this turbulent global order. We are going to conduct it slightly differently. I have posed 4 questions to our panelists, which I'll also join in. The first question is, how do we understand the contours of the global order as it's emerging? What is giving way? What is challenging? How it is shaping up? Number 2, the related issue are 2. One is the geopolitics, where is assertion of power by United States of America, assertion of power by China, and sandwiched between the two is Russia, which is trying to maintain its position and influence in at least Eurasia and the corners of Europe, the Eastern Europe, in Ukraine. The next issue is that the world is saddled with wars. There is a Ukraine war, there is a war in the Middle East which is turbulent. We just got over some kind of a peace, we don't know how long it's going to take. Before that, the nuclear facilities in Iran was being attacked by both Israel and the Americans, flying B-2 bombers for 24 hours, attacking Fordow nuclear facility. Added to that are the growing tensions in East Asia. And the most interesting aspect, if you notice, in this whole game which is being played, is that all these spots are oil-bearing spots. They are the energy sources. Russia, major energy source. West Asia, major energy source. Latin America, where Venezuela is now being attacked by the Americans, is the second largest with the energy reserves. Then we had a problem in Qatar. Qatar is the biggest source of natural gas. So what we are looking at is, primarily speaking, is that the wars are being fought in the backdrop of energy resources. And added to that is the new American policy, which is trying to leverage these distortions, disturbances in the global order to gain leverage and gains for the Americans, particularly in 2 areas, since we are talking about energy, is the natural gas, which is being sold to the poor Europeans, who are very happy buying the Nord Stream gas from Nord Stream 1 and 2 from the Russians. He has absolutely stopped that, and now he is selling them at 10 times the price, the same CNG. And on the top of that, we have him selling exaggerated amount of oil to us because of this whole notion of that you cannot buy this thing, and he has put unilateral sanctions. So this is the contours of the whole thing, and added to that are the energy politics of self. availability of energy, markets are losing out, the sea lines are getting choked, there are grey fleets coming up. As of today, as I speak to you, there is a $5 differential in the Ural crude and the Brent that you buy from Saudi Arabia and Iraq. Now, if we have to shift, which we will have to shift, however slightly may be, we will have to pay a minimum, watch my words, in next 30 days, or less, beyond 21st November, which is the bottom line for us, by 1st December, the prices will go up by about $8 to $10. Now, this is going to impact you all. Okay, so this is an important session, and I want you to listen to our eminent panelists of what they have to say and what they want to convey. The issues that we are covering is, after this, we are going to look at how should India shape its energy policies. How does this contours of energy contestation globally impact India? How should India shape policies? And lastly, we're going to be talking about how India should formulate its policy in the medium term to deal with these whole issues. With these short opening remarks, may I request Rahul to give us his presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I intend to concentrate not so much on what the problems are, because we do tend to look at problems in minutiae, but not look at the solutions. And also I intend to try and focus on what India really needs to do, because as Brigadier Sehgal outlined, by the end of this month, the prices of petrol are likely to go up, and instead of, I think, not only are prices likely to go up because of what the deadline has been set by Trump, but also the elections in Bihar will be over, so the government would not be bound to raise petrol prices, because petrol is one of the few sources of revenue for most governments. So, well, simply put, energy is the invisible force behind everything that moves, manufactures, and evolves. Disturb it, and a ripple runs through economies and everyday life, reminding us what, in this post-lunch session, are probably boring figures and a boring topic. But energy was also, as Brigadier Sehgal outlined, become a weapon of influence. And for India, that weapon has translated into import bills, inflation, and a weakening and fluctuating rupee. Yet in India, the energy conversation that we are having now is usually buried under statistics and acronyms. We tend to confuse the picture, we tend to scroll past, and then we move on. But we tend to forget that energy is the lifeblood of modern existence. Just a few statistics, I won't overload you with them, I won't bore you with them. India is the third largest consumer of energy in the world after the US and China. We consume nearly 5.5 million barrels of oil per day, which is an import bill of roughly over 80 or 85%. And import, as I said, roughly 85%. Our reliance on discounted Russian oil since 2022 has provided us great relief and comfort. It's a comfort bubble in which we have existed for the last 3.5 years. But it had an inherent risk, because there was a single source of oil, and it was liable to be sanction hit. We did not anticipate what Trump would do or not do, but it has happened. As an indicator, before the Russian war, Russian crude was under 2% of our imports. But by mid-2023, nearly 40% of it was being imported. But like all good things, the era of discounted Russian oil has now coming to an abrupt end, exposing India to global market volatility, growing pressure on energy security, and from geopolitical turbulence, which again Brigadier Sehgal mentioned. Invariably at discussions like this, we diagnose the problem beautifully, articulating every challenge with painstaking clarity, quoting data, percentages, and global comparisons. But the issue really is fairly simple. India remains dependent on imported oil, leaving it vulnerable to global price swings, supply disruptions, and geopolitical pressure. And at the personal level, we all worry about rising petrol, diesel, and CNG prices, which pinch household budgets and adversely impact daily life. And the rest, as they say, is Angrezi. Yet, despite the criticality of this sector, India's decision-making process in this whole realm is chained to the pace of paperwork, of the omnipotent file which moves up and down the ministries. Current responsibility for the energy sector is spread across at least 4 major central ministries: petroleum and natural gas, that handles crude oil and gas imports; the Ministry of Power, which oversees electricity generation; there is the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, that drives development of solar, wind, and other sources of energy; and the Coal Ministry, which manages domestic coal production, imports, and allocation to power generation. Beyond these, in addition to these ministries, is the Niti Aayog for strategic coordination, the Ministry of External Affairs for energy diplomacy, and the Ministry of Finance, of course, which is everybody's my-bap. This crowd of 7 nurtures a sense of coziness and prefers a sort of a sense of satisfaction amongst itself. And but that is why, as I said earlier, I want to stress that effective and timely decision-making is critical. Hesitation isn't harmless, it's just too expensive. So instead of belaboring the problem, let us for a change look at solutions. Firstly, India's energy sector does not, I repeat, does not need more committees. We need a single empowered body like a National Energy Council with overarching accountability in the event of things going wrong. In our system of governance perfected over years, nobody in office, particularly our civil servants and senior bureaucrats, get penalized for not doing their job in this risk-averse milieu, which most of you who are here from the military will know that risk aversion equals promotions. A council of this kind, headed by the Prime Minister to ensure swift decision-making, whose job it would be to not to just advise, but to do, to deliberate. Its remit would be to centralize procurement, secure long-term contracts, manage reserves, coordinate logistics, and move with the speed of markets, not the pace of files. What I would translate again into an officer-like shift, which does not wait until we know everything. We as a people are risk-averse, so that valuable time is not lost. Secondly, we need to diversify suppliers, deepen ties with Gulf states like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Iraq, and Iran, as again Brigadier Sehgal mentioned, which have lagged, and look to the US, Latin America, and Africa, even though this would probably be expensive. No single geography, like over the last 3 or 4 years we've been confined to Russia, should hold us hostage, and we must build a resilient, balanced supply network that can withstand sanctions, conflicts, or sudden price shocks. The aforementioned committee that I've proposed must always, like all good campaigns, also operate on a plan B, so that no crisis abroad leaves India stranded or scrambling for mercy. Thirdly, we must expand our strategic reserves. I'm sure most of you already know that India has 3 strategic petroleum reserves at Visakhapatnam, Mangalore, and nearby Pudur, both of which fall in Karnataka. This together translates into 9 to 10 days of national consumption. And if we add to this the stocks which are held by about 23 odd refineries, equals up to about 70 or 75 days of stocks. But that still is short of the 90-day benchmark that most advanced importing countries hold. So the new storage sites planned under phase 2 in Odisha, in Rajasthan, and expanding the existing facilities need to be expedited. Fourth, we need to protect our maritime lifelines because all of India's energy imports are transported by sea and traverse narrow choke points like the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Malacca, and also the Red Sea via the Suez Canal. Any disruption along these routes blocks supplies, forces diversions, which end up raising both shipping and insurance costs, thus driving up domestic fuel prices and disrupting the national economy. To ensure steady and unhindered supplies, India needs to upgrade its maritime security by securing sea lines of communication and enhancing maritime domain awareness. It needs to augment naval and coast guard patrols, intelligence sharing, and real-time monitoring through systems like the Information Management and Analysis Center, or IMACT, at Gurgaon, which tracks every tanker across the Indian Ocean. Fifthly, India must upgrade its refineries. Over the past few years, many of India's state-owned and private refineries have been attuned to processing Russian crude, which has offered cost advantages but also exposed structural rigidity in refining. These refineries must now evolve from region-specific processing units into fully flexible, globally competitive complexes capable of handling a wide range of crude, like light, medium, heavy, sweet, and sour crudes, depending on global availability and market conditions. Any halfway decent businessman will tell you that limiting refineries to specific grades or regions simply restricts India's ability to take advantage of global market opportunities, discounted supplies, and alternative sourcing. Refinery modernization will ensure energy security, optimize cost, and ensure global competitiveness. Sixth, India needs to create a national energy risk fund as a financial buffer to cushion price spikes, supply disruptions, and inflation shocks. Such a fund would act as a strategic shock absorber, giving India the fiscal flexibility to navigate energy turbulence without destabilizing growth or burdening consumers. And finally, we must supercharge renewables by modernizing domestic wind, solar, and clean energy manufacturing to cut future dependence on imported fossil fuels and build long-time resilience. We excel in this country at Jugaad, so let's operationalize it. In conclusion, I'll give you a small instance of China. With its rapid shift to electrical vehicles, has already, over the last 12 months, reduced its oil dependence by 1 million barrels per day, with another 600,000 barrels projected to be added next year. And as China's road transport moves quickly to electric mobility, demand for gasoline and diesel is shrinking faster than expected and anticipated, with significant implications for global oil producers and importers. We too must move in this direction and swiftly. And I'm sure a lot of you do not seem to realize that the petrol we get today at our petrol pumps is a blend of ethanol and petrol, except that our motor cars and all our machines are not geared to handle this blend of 20% ethanol and 80% petroleum. Our machines, our cars, our motor cars are geared to operate on a 10% blend, but that by a 20% blend reduces the life of your engine considerably. So whilst the government may be happy that you need to buy more cars more frequently, this is something which personally impacts us and is likely to go on. In view of China significantly cutting down its oil imports by electrifying its vehicles, reminds me of a story which I'm sure a lot of you have heard before, and maybe in different versions. And I'm sure even if you've heard it before, when I repeat it, it'll come up, it'll at least elicit a smile from you. And it concerns the ownership of, I'm sure all of us greybeards remember owning Volkswagen Beetles. It was the iconic car of the 60s and 70s. All the swingers in the 60s and 70s used to drive Beetles. So the story that I'm going to tell you concerns two gentlemen, two Punjabi gentlemen, needless to say, one in Delhi and one in Amritsar, who owned Beetles and had not met each other or seen the respective Beetles. So they decide to set off on the same day and meet at Palda Taba in Ambala for lunch. So the guy from Delhi and the guy from Amritsar, they leave at the same time. And the guy from Delhi drives into Pal Taba, and just as he's about to park his car, his motor car goes off. And he tries to gun his engine, but it doesn't start. He tries again in the meantime, and he gets out and he opens the front and he looks in, it's empty. So he says, 3 mahine ho gaye gaddi chalaunde, engine hi hai nahi. 3 months I've been driving a car and it has no engine. Because as you know, the Beetle had its engine at the back. So in the meantime, his friend from Amritsar comes, so there's the usual jappi, and he says, what happened? Ki hoya? He said, big syapa, big problem. He said, what's the syapa? He said, I've been driving this car for the last 3 months and it doesn't have an engine. So the guy says, tu fikr kyo karta hai? Why do you worry? Kanda German gaddi reputation te chaldi hai. And he says, in any case, don't worry. I've got a spare engine in my boot. So anyway, I'll just conclude by saying that the clock, as far as our energy security in this country, because everything runs on energy. All of us run on energy, our mobile phones, our cameras, everything. And if we don't soon sort this problem out, the clock is ticking. So hopefully, let's get it right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting me, General Shergill, Brigadier Arora, and General Chima. Now, I see a lot of empty space, and I was just thinking when I was sitting there, this is exactly how our country functions. Those who have to think will think, those who have to talk will talk, but those who don't want to listen will not listen. So the energy sector is also a replica of the same thing. And we are here trying to talk, and the biggest solace is that it is being recorded, so maybe those who want to hear will be able to hear later. Brigadier Sehgal and Mr. Rahul both have mentioned a lot of valid and important issues related to the present and also what stares us in the face. I'll try and not repeat anything that they have said, and I'm looking at what we all seem to be focused on, Viksit Bharat 2047, and by that time the world's energy landscape will be shaped by technological changes, geopolitical realignments, and climate imperatives. So all that put together, we need to shape ourselves, and we need to not only think, but we need to action. And that action is something which is generally missing. Now, if India's energy demand has to be visualized, and if you have to move from a 5 trillion economy to a 30 to 35 trillion economy, and you have to become a manufacturing hub, production hub, then automatically your energy demand will, simplistically put, have to multiply by 7 times. And are we ready for that? What is our present state? And if energy landscape has to be seen and the contours of the world order which Brigadier Sehgal started with, I think we are in a state of resource weaponization, leveraging everything that can be leveraged. And in the last couple of years or couple of months, the Trumpism that we have seen, everything seems to be leveraged. When we look at energy security, the transition challenge is based on scale. How fast we can scale it up. Massive generation, assured storage and fuel supply capacity, and also most important, to cut down on the crucial wastages. There are some factors which govern how a country can be strategically autonomous as far as energy is concerned. The first factor, I would say, is based on availability. Now, every country cannot be assured of availability because geographical factors, you are not gifted by nature. So your strategic alliances are important. There has to be an assurance of supply. So again, that part. When we look at assurance of supply, everyone talks about the kind of strategic partnerships or alliances that we have. But simultaneously, we need to introspect as to what is critical, if at all anything is critical. And one point which Mr. Rahul mentioned, that our refineries on both our sea fronts have to change. And I must share with you that while I was in NSCS, we carried out a study about the realignment of supplies, rerouting of supplies, especially short of conflict or during conflict. And it was an eye-opener. There was a long list of criticalities which had been mentioned, but when you did introspection, everything was not critical. But what was critical was particularly the fuel part. And that is where it came out that crude coming from some country can possibly be taken by only one refinery. But on the other side, see, like generally we are all from the military. In a sand model discussion, you'll immediately say, reroute it to the eastern front. It doesn't happen like that. The refinery will not accept it. So there has to be a planning to ensure that our supplies are absorbed based on technological upgrades. There are vulnerabilities of choke points, so the maritime part has to be improved. We have to look at how quickly we will be able to safeguard our supplies which come by sea. There are issues of affordability. You can have countries monopolizing, you have OPEC, you have Americans who will always keep increasing the rates of fuel, and then countries actually get into a collapse mode. So that is affordability which is important. One of the part of energy security is nuclear power, and that is where acceptability of the local population is extremely important. And when you have PILs being filed in Supreme Court and the local agitations which keep this away, then again whatever you have planned, it gets into a spiral. I mentioned about critical wastages, so there is a factor of austerity which has to come in, and that has to again come in from the citizens, and we can all see around us the kind of wastages that take place. Among the alternatives, one of the factor is when we talk of energy storage, so battery technology, the raw material, rare earth material, and in that there are options available but severely constrained because of the gift of nature. India has been awarded some seabed in the Southwest Indian Ocean region, but we really haven't shown the kind of progress that needs to be done. Otherwise, nickel, cobalt, that would be available there. But again, we are quite lethargic, and many of the factors are based on that file culture which you heard just now. So I think seabed exploitation has to be speeded up by geometric proportions, not by just arithmetic progression. One out-of-box solution not immediately available, but that is something that we all need to think about. When we look at the kind of expeditions or the kind of exercises that ISRO is carrying out, and we all sit and clap and say that satellites have been launched and something is going towards the Mars and something is going towards the sun, that is all fine. I think what needs to be looked at more imaginatively is to start looking at the asteroid mining, lunar mining. Can we look at it? Can we bring it back? Can we create space-based solar solutions? It's not science fiction anymore. There are a number of countries which have already started working on it, and Japan is one of them. By 2030, they will have demonstration models already ready. So I think this fact that we keep patting ourselves on the back very often, that we have launched the biggest, heaviest satellite, we have this capability of having payloads which are more for communication and more for observation. I think we need to now start shifting gear and start looking at adopting technologies for space harnessing of resources that can be made available. There are many other things which can reduce vulnerability because when we look at transmission losses and technology drivers, we have to start looking at superconduction. Now, superconduction is something which reduces the losses. It is expensive, but in a country like India, it is a matter of scale. But for superconduction, you must have arrangements for secure manufacturing. It cannot be done somewhere in some workshop somewhere. Superconduction manufacturing has to be very secure. And that is one more option that we can start looking at. Present methodology of our grids is based on mass scale. That makes you much more vulnerable, especially because of cyber threats from our adversaries. Is there a requirement, and that is for us to think, is there a requirement of going in for microgrids? And if you are able to go into microgrids, the resilience and sustainability of the nation in energy security will be much more than what it is today. Because today, out of the various critical infrastructures, energy is one of the biggest one. And I think one option is going in for microgrids. The decline of petropolitics does not mean that everything will be hunky-dory and we will be away from the manipulations of the superpowers. Every rising country, every rising state will perforce be leveraged, and nobody wants to lose his position of monopoly. So I think India as a rising power will continue to face challenges, and that is why we need to find our own solutions, we need to customize. There are new energy hubs which are coming up. There are hydrogen exporters, there are rare earth and battery suppliers, there are green tech leaders, energy alliances which are going on, and all these have to be seen within the parameters of climate and environmental dimension. So climate resilience, especially when you look at the West pushing us for carbon capture and circular energy, so that will also impact on the pace of our growth. And that is the critical mineral dependence also, which we have to look at. In the present digital infrastructure and the kind of satisfaction that we have, that we are a digital giant, so to say, the vulnerability of cyber threats is going to increase that much more. So that is another issue which we need to look at, and a large part of the cyber defense actually comes from the citizens. We already have moved towards creating our own solutions, creating our own tools, alternatives to WhatsApp, alternatives to Facebook and others. This is just a small beginning, but at least there is a realization that unless you customize your own solution, you cannot think of being strategically autonomous in any kind of security, whether it is kinetic, non-kinetic, and various domains of security. So in essence, before I finish my talk, by 2050, energy security will mean resilience, sustainability, and strategic autonomy, not purely on fuel supply, but on a complete ecosystem. And it is not going to be centered around the oil-rich nations, but technologically rich nations also, and innovation-led economies. And I think innovation is a strong point. And that is what we need to capitalize upon. And that is particularly important for those sitting in the last couple of rows. You are the future of the nation, and unless you think differently from what we think, you will certainly find that more people in India talk about politics, but less about technology and less about strategic culture. So I think that is the advice I am leaving for the last couple of rows. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Since we have some time, I just want to highlight a couple of important issues. The country has worked out on a 500 gigawatt renewable mission. Important thing to note is that we do not have the luxury of time. We have to do it. And the time we have in next 10 years, that's all the time that we have. Beyond that, we will end up in a huge mess. Number two, while Russian oil is talked about being not available, but there are companies like Luboil, all four major Russian oil companies are sanctioned, is well known, but there are a large number of small oil companies like Luboil and other things who are still selling oil. It's available. So as of information that I have as of yesterday, we had only dropped by about 8% from our normal, but come end December, we should see a steep drop, but we will somewhere down the line will have to take a call. Should we go in for a Venezuelan oil? How much does the West African oil cost us? These issues will be taken cognizance of, and also look at Iran. United States will look at these dynamics from their perspective. We have to look at them from our perspective. Sanctions is an issue which the Russians have very cleverly worked on it. So it's not something which is. Another related issue is, while we developing these technologies, etc., we have to look at skilling of the manpower. It was talked about earlier by Mr. Bedi. Manpower has to be available. We do not have that manpower available. I'll give you a small example. The other day in a conclave in Delhi, a chap was asking him, why didn't you give me an IPR? We need IPR for the technology that we buy from you. So he's a foreigner. He said, okay, what are you going to do with the IPR? I give you the IPR. What are you going to do with the IPR? Do you have the software codes? I give you software codes also. Do you have capacity to manufacture the kind of metallurgical items and the boards and other things which are required for that? See, what the important thing to note is, this is a full-fledged ecosystem. You cannot enter it in one gate and come out the other gate and say, "Aise hum kar lenge." Jugaad is not workable in these high technology areas. My next point is on these various kinds of graded oils, the production from our refineries. Please understand, India is the world's third largest producer of diesel and lubricants, which provides us with a huge amount of capital, as part of trade. So, who is providing Europe? Who has provided Europe all along these days with jet fuel? It's gone from India. How many are aware of that? Jet fuel is going from India to Europe. That's why, if you recollect, some of you must have seen the little roundtable discussion where Piyush Goyal was there, and why is Rosneft been given exemption by United States both to Germany and to UK? because Rosneft is the lifeline of critical energy resources. That's how the game is played. The game has to be played. The leverages have to be created. So it's a three-tier system. Develop capacity, develop manpower, create a good ecosystem, energy ecosystem across the board in renewables, skilled manpower, and last but most importantly, develop geopolitical leverages. And until unless you do all these four things, we will continue to do, but please remember, starting very soon, you will start having a drop in your GDP production and your oil prices are going to go up and we will be the sufferer. Thank you.
The House is open to questions. Does anyone have any questions? You can raise your hand. The mic will come to you.
Good afternoon, sirs. I am Air Commodore Johar. I have listened to the eminent panelists.
Can you bring the mic closer, please?
Okay. Can you hear me now? Yes. I am Air Commodore Johar. Very nicely placed all the parameters which are required for the future for our energy. I have a few very, very small points. One is giving the example of China having electrified all their various buses and various other things. My contention is, at the micro level, I have seen over the last 10 to 15 years in very small pockets in Rajasthan, in Bangalore, where the locals have been self-sustaining using just the solar and the wind energy, looking after their small establishments. Now take, for example, this very hall. We are sitting here. I'm just saying, progressing further, why couldn't we have this whole thing solar covered? All these things would have been maybe not wholly, but partially the energy would have come from the solar panels into the appliances which we are having here. Take the case of electrical buses, we see them. They are, as of now, they are going to charging points which are using fossil fuels to generate electricity for the charging of the buses or the vehicles. They are of no use if you calculate the wholesome picture unless the charging points have electricity being generated from non-conventional sources of energy. Then it makes sense. So, I think at the micro level, as you said, microgrids, the moment we start telling people, making facilities available, people are quite smart. Like the cell phone revolution, here, energy being generated at each house or each building can cut off the major load on the various grids. That's one point. The other point was, take the case of our trains. I mean, the train network is the biggest in the country. Why can't the trains have the tops only solar panels to compensate for the energy? Take our shipping. I think you all must have, I keep reading Rahul Bedi's articles in IDR. Take the case of shipping. In the ships, they have started using experimentally.
Sir, I think you made a good point. General Khandare will answer.
No, in the shipping, they have started using sails along with the solar panels.
Okay, he'll answer it.
Sir, your points are absolutely valid, and these are the ideas that I was prompting, that you cannot be only looking at oil. We are naturally blessed with sunlight, we are blessed with wind, and there is so much that we can utilize, and we are blessed with population. You look at countries which use people moving, and their movement itself generates electricity. So I am talking of innovations, and that is how I ended my talk, that we need to innovate and we cannot be following the Western model. And not only Western model, I think up to a particular stage, sir, I think we were stupid enough to say we are the largest importers of military machinery. Today, I think we are more stupid by saying we are the largest importers of fuel. I think what we need to do is to generate our own capabilities and utilize whatever assets have been bestowed on us, sunlight, wind, people, and find those solutions. You are absolutely right. Unless our culture changes to avoid wastages and to be participatory contributors in energy security, this is not to be left to the government only, sir. I think each one of us has to think and contribute. I totally agree with you, and that is what I meant by microgrids and innovation, sir.
Jain sir. Sir, besides energy requirements of ours, you also talked about skill development and skilling the people for that sector itself. About skilling of persons and human resource, I would like to highlight one thing, whether it is in this context or otherwise. Okay, we know our young students who pass out from IITs or NITs or other reputed engineering institutes, when they pass out, they are designated as engineers or scientists like this. But maximum of those opt to go for IIMs. And when they pass out from IIMs, they become managers. Now, how to fill up that gap? How we can meet the human resource development, the human resource willing to get upskilled? How we can meet that? Thank you.
Hello. I agree entirely with you, but in this country, the buck stops with the government and it stops with the bureaucracy. So when you talk about changing attitudes, you talk about changing attitudes, you talk about
you need to
hello,
bring the mic.
sorry.
Hold it like.
Hello, yeah. I agree entirely with what you're saying, but as I said earlier, that in this country, when the IIT graduates pass out and go to the IIMs and then become managers, why do they do that? Because they have more scope of earning money there, because the systems do not exist on the ground. The government or the bureaucracy does not allow those systems to operate. And as the gentleman earlier said, at the micro level, it operates very well. I mean, the classic example in Punjab, for example, is the Maruta or the Jugaad, as it's called. Or in certain areas, it's called the Chali, 40. It used to cost 40,000, could transport 40 people or transport 40 quintals. And it was created at the local level, but it had no state support. So unless we change, the bureaucracy changes its attitude, unless the government changes its attitude, I think we're doomed.
Just to add, please understand, we have been for years training our children to become art students. We have been telling them to become bureaucrats. We have been telling them to become office people, managers. Not technology. Technology is coming in now. The technology ecosystem is coming in now. Just as a matter of interest, entire top political leadership, 200 of them at the Politburo level in China are engineers. Xi Jinping is a chemical engineer. So they understand technology. They understand the well-being of technology. They understand what is required of technology. And that's why the 2025 mission, and that's why they want a 2047 mission, that they want to be a technologically developed country. It's a mindset. We have to change the mindset. And this is for the students at the back. You have to start thinking, and their professors and their teachers, they have to change their mindset that technology is the new force driver in the future if this country has to go forward.
Thank you, sir.
We have another question here. Can you please bring the mic here? Yeah.
Hello. Good afternoon. Very enlightening everything. I'm an ordinary citizen. I'm not a housewife. I'm an ordinary citizen. I just heard the last two gentlemen talk about the dire need to save our energy. In a very simplistic way, how do citizens do it who have no degree or PhD in technology? So my suggestion, question to you is, Yes, bureaucracy, technocracy is all in all. But how about somebody raising their voice and saying, why don't we start courses for young entrepreneurs like that, where they have an alternative to go to energy? Right now, it's only about teacher, doctor, engineer, and that's the end of it. How do we go overseas, whether it's the legal route or the donkey route? The point I'm trying to make is, why don't we have courses where people like, even at my age, I can join. At least I have a strategy mind. I may not be able to function on the ground, but I can at least think and advise. So my question again is, with stalwarts like you have to make a noise at the level where they have to hear. Because these courses we've been seeing for 70 years, the same courses are run. They're only upgraded marginally. Courses are cut out, chapters are destroyed. But we're not heading anywhere, as Mr. Bedi said and as you said, Lieutenant General Vinod. I loved what you said is, the audience shows how much people care about the energy. How much is our implementation? How much is our law keeping? When we have ACs running in our house just so that people can come and cool down after 5 hours, why isn't somebody there to slap a charge on them? Thank you.
Well said, ma'am. Therefore, my recommendation to the committee, to the organizers is that maybe they making a capsule or some good ideas from this and spread it out in the public domain so that people get to know, people think about these things in a much more, just not by the way manner, determined manner. Thank you.
Madam, I appreciate what you said, and as a citizen myself, what do? I have done it. In the sense, I have put solar panels on my house. I am conserving on that. I have bought an e-vehicle. I am conserving on that. Whenever I go to, let me be very brutally frank, I go to guest rooms also, the kind of AC and the kind of lights and the kind of fans that are functioning, you start feeling you are in Antarctica. And do you need it? So the point here is, efficiency is to be shown based on what is required by the nation, what is required by society. And this is where I think we all need to pitch in, just keep telling everyone. This is one point. Point regarding the skilling part and the kind of orientation. One is at the level of engineers, I understand. But you know, we are spoiling our society by giving so many subsidies and freebies. Even at the lowest level where people have to work and in blue collar jobs, you have spoiled, you means including me, we have spoiled a complete culture where self-esteem is gone. You are competing with each other, how big a fraud you are, and trying to fool the system. I think we need to set it right, and as a citizen, maybe in our own silent way, even ask the political parties, what's your manifesto? How have you done it? Social media is good. I think we all can start doing it in our small little way. Bureaucratic culture, what Mr. Bedi said is absolutely true. You show me one big achievement which the bureaucrats have had in this country till date. You will not be able to even count one. Engineers, yes. You talk of Abdul Kalam, you talk of ISRO, you talk of BARC, everything is based on achievements. But the governance and law enforcement, I think it's a very sad story.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. If there's another question, anybody for questions? Okay, we have one gentleman here. Can you bring the mic here, please?
Sir, good evening. I'm Colonel Mohan Sharma, sir. I joined a bit late, but this is a subject of my interest. We have a lot of bleak pictures to paint in, the subject is the energy and the strategic evolving situation, the energy and India. And as I understand, we are spending about 55 to 60% of our budget in importing energy in various levels. But having said that, what we are doing right now, I think we should be aware of that. There are two ways of doing things. One is preserving and saving what we are trying to do, what we all of us are talking. but one is trying to have something. So in that sense, I think, if you look at the private sector today, people have really great targets. A corporate like Ambani is looking to get 500 gigawatts by 2030. Someone like Adani is trying to do a similar number in some now. JSW is doing his own thing. There are 10 people who are doing things. A lot is happening actually. Let's see the positive side. We are doing a lot on the green energy. We are doing a lot on the solar energy. Things are expanding at scale never before. We have electricity round the clock in the most of the country. We are running our industry in a great level of efficiency as compared as ever before. So I think we are doing a great job here. But currently what we see after Trump era and in the present Ukraine and India war, talking strategically, energy is being weaponized. So that is a concern for us in an immediate future or maybe in a medium term. But I think long term, country is heading in a good way. The policies what have come into place and people which are trying to implement. And there are a lot of people, I can count 10 industries starting from Wari to so many people who are into industry of energy generation. And I think that is a plus side which we are looking at and we are heading in a good way, sir. That's all I had to add.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. May I now request the chairman of the Military Literature Festival, Lieutenant General T.S. Shergill, to please come up on stage and felicitate our speakers. Thank you very much. That was Brigadier Sehgal, Lieutenant General Kandare, and Mr. Rahul Bedi. Our next session starts in the next 5 minutes, and the topic is changing dynamics in the Afghanistan-Pakistan region and Iran. So we begin in the next 5 minutes, and the speakers are Dr. Shalini Chawla, Mr. Ravinder Kumar Kaushik, and the moderators, Mr. Yashwardhan Kumar Sinha.
Test. Hello.
Check. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to begin our next panel discussion, Changing Dynamics in the Afghanistan-Pakistan region and Iran. I now invite on stage our three panelists, Dr. Shalini Chawla, Mr. Ravindra Kumar Kaushik, and the moderator, Mr. Yashwardhan Kumar Sinha. So, Dr. Shalini Chawla, please join us on stage. Dr. Shalini Chawla is a senior fellow at the Center for Air Power and Strategic Studies, widely recognized as one of India's leading voices in defense and strategic studies. Her research spans air power, national security, and South Asian geopolitics, with numerous publications that inform both academic and policy discussions. A respected author, educator, and commentator, Dr. Chawla brings a nuanced understanding of India's strategic environment and the evolving dynamics of regional security. Welcome, Dr. Chawla. Our next speaker, Mr. Ravindra Kumar Kaushik, is a distinguished expert in national security and strategic affairs, with extensive experience analyzing India's defense landscape and military strategy. Known for his deep understanding of historical and contemporary security issues, he has contributed significantly to the study of India's military evolution and its role in shaping regional stability. His perspectives bridge scholarship and practice, offering valuable insights into the challenges and opportunities facing India's armed forces today. Welcome, Mr. Kaushik. The moderator, Mr. Yashwardhan Kumar Sinha, is the Chief Information Commissioner of India and a veteran diplomat with over 4 decades of distinguished service in the Indian Foreign Service. He has represented India in key global postings, including as High Commissioner of the United Kingdom and Sri Lanka and Ambassador to Venezuela. His leadership in diplomacy, governance, and public transparency reflects a lifelong commitment to public service and institutional integrity, making him a valued voice on issues of national and international significance. May I request all of you to please give a huge round of applause to our audience, to our guests here today. The stage is all yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this session on the changing dynamics in the AFPAC region and Iran. This is a subject which I'm sure will elicit great interest among all of you, not only because it's a very live subject and a lot is happening in the region, but also because we in India, being very much part of that extended region, anything that happens in that region impacts closely on us. Now, to understand the dynamics in the region, one needs to appreciate the history of the region. And when I talk about the history of the region, I'm talking about a region that extends from, say, Patliputra to Persepolis, the capital of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. And the reason why I'm going back so far is, and I'm sure you're aware, that Cyrus, Darius, Xerxes, their empire.
फौजां जित के अंत नूं हारियां ने. We won, but we lost because of the moth that eaten us up, right? With that background, I want to start now. How did he expand into these frontier areas? Here's the map at the time when Ranjit Singh is just a young boy, and he's now going to take over Lahore. 1799. Look at the entire Punjab. You see the red marks all on the side. These are the forces that are trying to compress the region of the lands of Indus. And all the green areas that you see, these are the 12 missiles, the guerrilla warfare that these people from Punjab are fighting under different leaders of different panths that have come up. And they are like the missiles of Ahluwalia or the Nishaniya, Pangi, Sukhar Chakriya, and so on and so forth. Amongst these 12 missiles, there is a force of Afghans coming in from the Khyber Pass. There are Rajputs from the hillside who are coming inside. There are Gurkhas who are coming in because Gurkhas were sitting in Dehradun. They are coming in. Your English is coming in from the East India side. From down below, Marathas are coming in. And then there is this one stray person somewhere in Haryana area called George Thomas, who's broken away from the British, and he's got his own fiefdom, and he's also trying to enter Punjab. In that context, you see this young man who gets into Lahore Darbar. And one of the things after his first win that he does is to say that let's consolidate these missiles, because divided we will not last. And that's the reason I started with this in the beginning. Why are we dividing ourselves by saying whether Zorawar Singh was a Sikh or a Hindu? How does it matter? Right? They fought for a cause under the leadership of Ranjit Singh. That's what matters. Right? So, divided you will not be able to stand. So he's trying to consolidate. But unfortunately, one instance that happens is that some of the missiles on the east of the Satluj River, majority of that land is the East Punjab that you see today. Some of the leaders of those missiles decide not to go with Ranjit Singh, and they see him as a threat. These are the missiles of the Fulkiya missile, and in this area of Naba, Ambala, and this whole area, they decide not to go with him. And they immediately align with the British. So British, by early 18s, has already entered this territory. But Ranjit Singh is not yet giving up his eyes on this side. He offers a lot of opportunities, but finally he gives up. He says there's no point fighting internally, let's come to terms. In 1809, he signs a Treaty of Amritsar, which is demarcating along the Satluj River that line which says, okay guys, you stay there, I will stay here. The few of you who don't want to come with me for the cause of consolidation, stay where you are. And he now starts from that yellow portion of Amritsar and Lahore, now starts his campaigns, and we'll get into that. So, you got to see in this frontier consolidation two major phases. First phase is 1809 to 1834. This is the consolidation first towards the south, towards Multan. Thereafter, trying to get towards the Khyber Pass. But it's a long-drawn battles and long-drawn wars that happened on that side. And then trying to go into Srinagar. That is the consolidation that's going to happen from the period 1809 to 1834. For context, Ranjit Singh dies in 1839. This is when he's very much alive, that these are the consolidations happening. Thereafter, in 1834, starts the push, because once you've nailed down the frontiers, now you've created barriers for the people to come inside. Now you can aspire to expand into other areas, and now the expansion starts. That's 1834 to 1841, which we'll touch as the areas of Gilgit, Baltistan, Tibet. But that covers Ladakh also, but Ladakh was conquered much before. Just at the end of 1834 it was conquered, and thereafter various kinds of expansions happened. I will not get into the details of dates out here because we will cover as we move on. All right. Now, I don't want to jump to Gilgit-Baltistan in Tibet because that's where the aura of this presentation was when I was told to present on that. I said I can't get into Gilgit-Baltistan and Tibet without giving the context as to where the foundation was. Because if you don't block the frontiers, how can you expand into something else? And therefore I want to start with the frontier general of Ranjit Singh, who led these major campaigns which I showed in the first part from 1809 to 1834, is Hari Singh Nalwa under him, right? And when I was photographing in this village called Hazaro, it's from Hasan Abdal, it's a small town, really it's a village town, right? Hazaro. And it is on the way to Peshawar and thereafter to Jamrod. In that small town, there was a Gurdwara which I could not find because it had just been flattened a few years before I went there. But when I wrote that chapter in my second book, I've given a poetry about how the people of Hazaro are seeing Hari Singh Nalwa, see the emotion, why this is the people's war. It was a town of Khatris. Khatris, the business community. And when they heard that Hari Singh Nalwa got shot later on in Jamrod, and his body, after cremation, his ashes are being brought and taken to Lahore. This is what the Ram Dyal in 1840, Hari Singh Nalwa dies in 1839. Early 1840, as his ashes are being taken to Lahore, it's going to pass through the town of Hazaro. What does Ram Dyal, a Khatri, writes about it? He says, Tambu jaye lage which Hazaro de. Tambu lag gaye ne. We are all gathered out, right? Hazaro which. Sun shahar de Khatri sab taya. Jitane Khatri ne, they are all very sad. They are wailing. Phul dasya is Sardar de ji. Jede phul ne, jede cremation karke dekhan vaste is Sardar de. They have all come together. Una Rab vaste chha paya. A devta si Sardar Changa. He was like a god. He was like a god. Dekh phul te bahut hi dukh paya. Having seen his remains, we are really unhappy. Right? Jab gaziyan Hazaro aan mari, ut hasno turat chipol laya. When the Ghazis, the warriors came to Hazaro, this was the man from Hasan Abdal who came to our protection. This is the base on which expansions happen. Today you can divide it and you say we are different, we have expanded, we've gone into Ladakh and we've gone into Tibet and so on and so forth. No, without the foundation you cannot expand. This is the blood of this man, right? So, here's a map that I've made. You know, when I was reading the Sikh history way back when I was young, I used to live in this dreamland of where are these places, and then suddenly the powers up there opened it up for me, and I've actually walked into all these points that I've plotted. In my second book called The Quest Continues, Lost Heritage, the Sikh Legacy in Pakistan, you will find in a chapter called Legendary Forts, all these forts find a mention. But as I was actually going through this, I started plotting this map. And here's the strategy that I could see in this. From Kabul, you cross the Khyber Pass, from where all the Central Asian rulers were coming inside the Indian subcontinent. You cross this, you come to a place called Jamrod, and then you come to Peshawar. Peshawar would be a big city where you would halt and take rest. And from there, two parts could go. One could go up, and you go to the river Indus in the second line of defense, up to Darband. From there, you cross the river Indus. Once you've crossed the river Indus in Darband, you can have direct access into Srinagar in Kashmir. That's how, in those days, Kashmir was a part of Afghanistan. It was not a part of India as we call it today. It was under Afghan rule. It was a part of Afghanis. And then from Peshawar, if you come till Attock, which was clearly demarcated as the territory of the Afghans, and you cross the Attock fort, Indus River at the Attock fort, then after you got direct access to Lahore, and from Lahore, once you reach Lahore, you are close to Delhi now. That's how these two rings of defenses were in terms of what the forts were built when Hari Singh Nalwa expanded into this area under the tenure of Ranjit Singh. All the plots that you see, the dots, in the second line of defense, you see all the forts up there. On the east of the river Indus, Shergarh, Darband, Mansehra, Tarbela, Sirikot, Haripur, Gandhgarh, Attock. They went inside Attock, but all the others were small forts that they were built out there to block the second line of attack, right, inside the second ring, to strengthen the second ring of defense. And then, as you've done that, you are now coming into the first line of defense. You're coming backwards. And there you had the control at Peshawar, then you built Jamrod, you built Shabqadar, and then you built a fort beyond the Khyber Pass into Michni. Now, you in the internet, you'll find all false narratives. There are maps that are showing, oh, Ranjit Singh, first and foremost, Sikh empire went until Afghanistan. Sorry. Ranjit Singh's empire was up till and just a few kilometers ahead of Khyber Pass, up till Michni. This is all fancies in today's world. People can make anything in the social media. It's like we're sending Guru Nanak left, right, and center anywhere. We can make all kinds of stories, right? So that's what is something I want to actually leave out here. Okay. Now I'm going to show in that first defense, so first expansion to get our house under order, where does Hari Singh Nalwa's contribution come? First area is 1802 to 1818. It was not an easy run into Multan, which is the southern part of Punjab, where the 5 rivers of the tributaries of river Indus, the Panj Darya of the Punjab, join the Indus River at a place called Panjnad. This place, Hari Singh Nalwa takes a force somewhere finally in 1818, and he conquers this place in a fight against Muzaffar Khan. Right? This fort had these big walls that could not break, and this gun which is lying outside the Lahore Museum on the road. In fact, if you read Rudyard Kipling, the Kim's gun is this gun. But in our history, it's called as Zamzama Top, Pangiyan di Top. It's written on the other side, Pangiyan di Top, Zamzama. This was the cannon which Ghulam Jilani, for those who think this was a Sikh kingdom, it was also made on the blood of the Muslims. It was made on the bloods of Khatris, on the bloods of many other people. It was a time when the Punjabis came together. So let's not reduce the narrative, because when you call it a Sikh kingdom, I think you're reducing it in terms of its expanse and the vision and the inclusiveness that it projected for what it stood for, right? And Ghulam Jilani writes that this gun was brought from Lahore to Multan. Boy, what a distance. I went on a car and it took me so much of time to reach there. But they got it from Lahore to this place, and they started bombarding the fort's gates in 1818. And one of the wheels broke down. And Ghulam Jilani writes that every time a soldier would come and 2-3 of them would give their shoulder under this gun. I don't know how true it is, because I find it kind of made up in this thing, but that's what he writes, that we would give our shoulder, and once the gun would fire, they would die. And he says he was the 117th person to be giving his shoulder, and the gates broke. And he says, I survived to write this narrative. That's what he writes, right? Now, in the museum in Lahore, you've got Muzaffar Khan with a sword on top, and Hari Singh Nalwa, you can see this is with Juda, fighting under. But it's interesting, history is written by the winners always. Art is depicted by winners always. It's like you go to Amritsar, you made this Ranjit Singh statue out there, right? Always the horse, one leg will be on top. In the military tradition, the winner, we always show him sitting in a very robust position on a horse and one leg up. But in the art of war and the sword fight, always the winner is shown on top. So it's interesting who's drawing this. It's been drawn in the current context, but in 1818, I would give the credit, okay, it was not an easy war, so depending on when you're depicting it, but in 1818, Hari Singh Nalwa took over Lahore, Multan, okay? Now, thereafter, before that, actually, they've already made expeditions into northwest frontier, before that. So if you were to just go back here, this portion is 1802 to 1818. But in 1813, they enter into, Hari Singh Nalwa again leads this, enters into the Attock fort. This is the river Indus, Attock is on that side. This is a high security, high army establishment. I was standing on the other side of the Indus when I clicked this picture, right? You can see some men standing on there. They're definitely army people, but click from this side. What I found very interesting was this was the first book when I clicked it. Second book, somehow I managed to enter. Now, I'll be very upfront. I'm here as loyalty to my narrative. Now, you cannot take out ghee with a Sindhi ungal. You have to take it out with a tedi ungal. Of course, I mean, there's some energy that's helped me and I managed to enter. And why shouldn't I write it down, right? Why shouldn't I show? But it has been filled with a lot of challenges. But when I was inside, this is a plaque from one of the gurdwaras and a mandir in the same premises. And I would like to show, today we are kind of divided in every frame of mind, but look at it, what it's written out there. Ek omkar, is farash di seva karai, Shrimati Manohara Devi, Sapatni Lalaji Parjamal Anand Pishor. I mean, this was the Nanak Panth. This was the Nanak Panth, which was not divided by boundaries as we define today. This picture was very hard to get, but I was fortunate I managed to get it, right? Then, somewhere in 1819, finally, after 2 attempts, before that there was an attempt in 1813, when Ranjit Singh is not able to establish, but in 1819, the forces enter Kashmir. And this is Hari Parbat. Right at the bottom of Hari Parbat, if you're doing the dirt trek up to the Hari Parbat, this is something that I clicked. There is a board there which most of the people will miss. But it has, I am glad that they've written down there, which I've circled. Later on, Sikh and Dogra period forces also used this to keep the vigil over the city from the fort, right? It's not been suppressed fully, it's written there. So 1819, finally, Kashmir was captured, and of course that led to the exchange of the Kohinoor with Wafa Begum, requesting Ranjit Singh to free Shah Shuja. As I said, Kashmir was under Afghanistan that time, and Afghanis had captured Shah Shuja and sent him from Afghanistan, from Kabul, and sent him to to Srinagar. And when Hari Singh Nalwa and under the direction of Ranjit Singh led the forces here, they were able to free Shah Shuja, and therefore the Kohinoor exchange happened and it came into the hands of Ranjit Singh. Another fort that I showed in that map was at Haripur. Haripur, I'm only focusing on Hari Singh Nalwa because he was the frontier person, because I have to get to Zorawar Singh and Gulab Singh, and I put this context out here. Without one, the other doesn't exist. You can break the narrative whichever way you want to, but without one, the other doesn't exist. And in Haripur, the city is named by the name of Hari Singh Nalwa, Haripur. Haripur, Hari Singh, today in the narratives when I see these, these animations happening, these movies being shown with so much of vigor, valor, fights and this and that, I say, man, you forget the human values of these people. Hari Singh Nalwa is not like what we are showing in our comic books. He's not like what we are showing in our animation movies. He's not like what we will make him into a movie if Bollywood was to make. He has deep artistic elements inside him. He's a great administrator. This canal system out there is known as Rangila Canal. He was a great architecture in terms of bringing the irrigation canal system. In Gujranwala, he imported a special trees of some fruits from Japan. In the region of Haripur, when I was actually traveling in Haripur, there was this person, we stopped at one place and I had about 8 people with me. And we went inside a restaurant, and the restaurant's owner sees me as a turban wearing Sikh and he says, Sardar Sahab, तुसी साड़ी किस्मत चंगी तुसी आए साडे restaurant विच, बैठो. And I asked him, what's your name? He said, मेरा नाम बद्री ज़मन, मेरा नाम बद्री ज़मन. मैं क्या यार तेरा ना जड़ा है ते दोवें दा मिक्स लगदा है, हिंदू मुसलमान दा. कहंदा मेरी दादी दी ना बड़ी चंगी एक दोस्त सीगी पार्टीशन तो पहला, राइट, वो चली गई ना तो ओदे ना तो बदरी आया है बिकॉज टू रिमेंबर द हिंदू एस्पेक्ट, ते ज़मन मेरे इस्लाम तो आया है. And then when I was leaving that restaurant, he refused to take money for those 8 people, but that's not what I'm talking about. When I'm going and sitting in the car, he tells me, Sardar Sahab, piche gaddi thode kuch paya hoya hai. So I got down and there were 3 boras of maltas lying inside there. And he says, main is karke malte de raha ki today I am earning a passive income from doing kheti of Malta, because Hari Singh Nalwa brought this canal out here and he brought Malta, the red bloodshot Malta, into this region. Hari Singh Nalwa is not that ferocious warrior that you make him. He's also an artist. There's a poem where he writes, I've got it in Persian. When there's a war with the Tanoli clan, he gets them, he subdues them, but then the Afghans attack. The Tanolis of the Attak region come to Hari Singh Nalwa and he says, help me, save me. This narrative that we create as a black and white narrative, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, no, they are very, very, intertwined narratives. So Hari Singh Nalwa tells him, how do I know that if I save you, you will not come tomorrow and attack me again? And so there's a poetry that gets exchanged in Persian, and there's a beautiful poetry in which he writes, give me, and it's a very, I can't express that, it's in Persian, but it's a beautiful poetry in which he writes, Hari Singh Nalwa, saying that, give me your son, whom I will bring up as my son, in custody, as an assurance that when I fight for you, I have something as an assurance, right? So here's a negotiator, right? And that's what I wanted to bring out as his character. And here, again, our history is black and white. We forget a lot of finer things. Pir Sabak, 1823, on the banks of the Kabul River. In this expansion, Hari Singh Nalwa was not there, but Hari Singh Nalwa was already advanced. But his 2 brave generals under him, one was Akali Phula Singh, and the other one that our history has totally eradicated, Bal Badr Kuwar. He's a Nepali general who was in Dehradun. And when the British come inside Dehradun and they fight at Nala Pani, Bal Badr Kuwar escapes from there and comes to Lahore. And Ranjit Singh, Lahore that time is a different country. And Ranjit Singh says, build a Gurkha battalion for me because the British have Gurkha battalion. So he's trying to actually build all that. And in my young days, I was growing up in Nepal, and I used to hear this terminology when the Gurkha soldiers would come, and the army people might know this. When someone would be in the Indian army or in the Nepalese army, and they will look up upon someone who's coming from the British army or the Singapore army or the Malaysian army, and they will say, hey, tapai Lahori ho ke? Have you heard that? Hey, tapai Lahori ho ke? Hey, are you a Lahori? That's the way they say. Why? Because at that time, the farthest that a Nepali had gone out of Nepal and British India was Lahore as a different country. And Bal Badr Kuwar took him there, created a force there. So the terminology Lahori became a generic term in the Nepali language, as anyone who has gone abroad, far away from the Indian subcontinent to serve is known as a Lahori, right? So here at this place, Bal Badr Kuwar dies with his forces, Akali Phula Singh dies with his forces. In our history, Akali Phula Singh, we have to respect him. He's kept at the pedestal there. No one knows about Bal Badr Kuwar. Without Bal Badr Kuwar, Akali Phula Singh probably wouldn't have won this battle. This memorial in Pir Sabak, which I've clicked, this memorial, that's the Gurdwara, this memorial is the memorial built in the name of Akali Phula Singh. And I was looking at it and said, oh boy, how great it would have been if there was another memorial of Bal Badr Kuwar next to this. Then I would say that my forefathers and the history that came down, they were secular, very, very secular, and we just made it so polarized in terms of the narratives that we have written, right? And then we're coming to Peshawar. 1823, he starts entering. 1834, Peshawar gets consolidated. 1839, as a context, Ranjit Singh is going to die. We are coming very close to that period. This is Bala Hisar Fort. In fact, by the way, all the forts in the Pakhtun territory are known as Bala Hisar. In Kabul, there is a Bala Hisar fort. Shah Shuja's descendants live in Dehradun even today. Their home there is named as Bala Hisar. Okay, so that's the memory. Okay, so this is the Bala Hisar fort. Inside the Bala Hisar fort, you have that inscription still there. This is a picture clicked from there inside. The Sikh inscription. Now, British have written this, not Ranjit Singh. Therefore, they're calling it as a Sikh inscription. I would call it as simply the inscription on the Ark Gate pertains to the Sikh dynasty. The Sikhs invaded Peshawar, rebuilt the fort and named it. Samirgarh is not what they called it. Our history does not say Samirgarh. British put it there. Our history says they call it as Sumergarh. Sumer comes from the Meru Parbat. It's a spiritual name. Sumeru, the pinnacle of the Meru. In some traditions we say Kailash is the Meru Parbat, right? Sumeru, the pinnacle of the Meru from a spiritual context. This is the fort. The inscription reads as follows: victory to Purak, Akal Purak it says in Urdu, through the grace of Shri Akal under the liberal government of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, they are saying it, Bahadur over the region of Peshawar in the year 1891, Vikram Sambat 1834. This force was built by Raja Bikramjit and was named Samirgarh, no, Sumergarh. Okay, now we cross after Khyber, after Peshawar is consolidated, now the move happens towards Khyber Pass. And this is the Jamrod fort that is built in 54 days in 1836. You've reached that point now after close to 1,000+ years of invasions from the Central Asia. For the first time ever in the Indian subcontinent that an offensive was made on backwards to that area, to Khyber Pass, to plug it, was this. This is the baseline on which the Gilgit-Baltistan and Tibet expansion will happen. I, in my first book, was not able to click this photograph. Again, it's a high security area. That's 2014. And I wanted to click the picture of Khyber Pass, but the energies bestowed this gift on me that in 2016, when I went back, somehow I entered this fort. And as I stood on the bastion of that fort, or there, I clicked that picture. And I could imagine Hari Singh Nalwa standing on that bastion and looking at the Khyber Pass out there. That's the Khyber Pass from where people have been attacking. For me, this was the pinnacle of my desire when I used to read Hari Ram Gupta's books of history of the Sikh people. He's the only guy who's plotted all these names of these ports. A lot of people have written history books. We want to go to the place where all the forts of this frontier region are plotted or written down, not visually plotted, because visually you'll find it, I've done in my book. Then that's Hari Ram Gupta's 5 volumes, right? Okay, this is inside the Jamrod fort. Ek Omkar, this is his place where he got cremated, Hari Singh Nalwa. Ek Omkar Seva Karai, November 1944, Yadvendra Patiala. This is now in the British time. Now look at it again out here. On that Samad, there's a plaque there. You can call him a Sikh or whatever, but this plaque is made by, not by a Sikh. It's made by a Khatri of that Peshawar, who's Babu Gajjumal Kapoor. It's my hypothesis that they are the ancestors of the current Kapoor family of Bollywood, right? And they are the ones who are writing. And look on top, it's not Ek Omkar, it's Aom as it's written in the Indus region. So things were very different as a narrative. And he's writing tomb of the late Sikh general Hari Singh Nalwa, died in 1837, commemorated, and so on and so forth. Okay, now I'm going to go to Gilgit-Baltistan and into Tibet. Without plugging these frontier areas, there is no way that Gulab Singh and under him Zorawar Singh could have ever dreamt of expanding upwards. Once you've got your house in order now, internally because of Nanak's philosophy, and externally from where the invasions are happening, now you can expand and say, expand it to say, let me build a garden. Now the garden was going to be built in terms of the further expansions, and that's going to be happening in terms of, I want to give just one context here. It's a lot of data here, but all I want to say is on top, this is a tumultuous time, 1839, Ranjit Singh dies, and you see how the leadership is changing. 27 June 1839, 5th November 1840, Khadak Singh, his son dies. 5th November, Naunihal Singh dies. 15 September 1843, Sher Singh dies. 29 March 1849, British enter the Lahore Darbar. Now what I want to say is, look at the bottom line where the northern expansions that are happening. 1834, Lahore Darbar now expands while Ranjit Singh is alive. If someone is saying that Gulab Singh did it independently, well, Gulab Singh was employed with Ranjit Singh in 1834. He was drawing a salary from Lahore Darbar. When I was working with American Express, it does not matter who Amardeep Singh is. If I've drawn a salary, my loyalty is with that corporation. He's drawing a salary in 1834. Then 1840, Lahore Darbar now advances into Baltistan, and I'm going to show that. June 1841 is the most interesting phase where the Tibetan campaign starts. So let's cover these things and bring the presentation to an end then. Okay, this map, 1834, Ranjit Singh is still alive. Zorawar Singh, under the leadership of Gulab Singh, like Hari Singh Nalwa, he's already now expired. Hari Singh has died. But somewhere in 1834, while he was alive, and first foray into Leh happens. Remember, Kashmir was captured in 1819. Right? They didn't want to disturb Kashmir. So they don't go to Leh via Kashmir. They go from the Jammu region, from Kishtwar. Another parallel route. Don't cause more turmoils there. That's the strategy I see. They could have gone from there also, would have been tougher, but that's how we go to Leh today. Right? But in that time, they go from Kishtwar, 1834, through the lands, planar lands, and they enter Leh from there. So 1834, Leh is taken over. Now, 1840, Ranjit Singh has died. Once the northern territories are now consolidated, Zorawar Singh, under the leadership of Gulab Singh, now starts expanding to Skardu, which is Baltistan, 1840. Then in 1841, from Leh is this part which is going to take you down to Taklakot in Tibet. And this is the failed expedition. So we'll just go through this. Okay, it's my hypothesis. I'm going to jump a bit out here. It's my hypothesis. I'm questioning, why did the Lahore Darbar have to go all the way to the roof of the world and fight a battle at that height? Why? Because east of Satluj River, as I said earlier, already these states, which is now East Punjab, majority of these people have already signed up in 1809 a treaty with Ranjit Singh. Now, at the Satluj, British are holding up. Ranjit Singh probably, it's my hypothesis, I can't prove this, it's not written anywhere, but it's me saying it, that probably, because British had not gone to Nepal, probably the only way to get to Nepal was through the roof of the world. If we can have an alliance from there, probably we can sandwich it. I think that was the strategy. I can't say it for sure, it's not written anywhere, right? But Ranjit Singh in his Umdat-ut-Tariq is very interested as these expansions are happening. But this expansion into Tibet happens after him. I think the seed was sown there. So let's move on. 1834, Zorawar enters. Zorawar Fort in Ladakh. This is his statue in Zorawar Fort. I've been there and I'm looking at all the history written there. There's no credit to Ranjit Singh. There's no credit to anyone else. And to me, I look at it, it pains. It would be so glorious to write the history as a collective history, not as fragmentations, because it divides us further. And I wish our establishments can get this sense to understand the broader history and give credits as a collective rather than saying, we did it, and we'll keep fighting till all of us are dead. Yeah? So, and I see that on the social media, all of us are fighting. Who was he? What's the reason of fighting? Okay? All right. Then after consolidating Ladakh, 1840 happens the expansion into Skardu. I've had the opportunity of going to Skardu. My wife is here. Both of us had an opportunity of getting in there. I've been there twice. I think that phase of my life is over. I can't enter those areas anymore. But it was a time when वो कहते हैं जब रब देता है ना तो छप्पर फाड़ के देता है. So छप्पर फाड़ के उस टाइम आ रहा था. But I think that phase is over now. Okay, Skardu, Kharpocho Fort. It's interesting that Ahmad Shah was ruling Skardu. There was no battle fought at Baltistan and Skardu. There was no battle. I read history these days on the internet, and there's all chest banging that's happened. Ranjit Singh's forces entered, and someone will say Gulab Singh's forces entered, and they fought against Ahmad Shah Abdali. The fact is, this guy, Ahmad Shah, not Abdali, Ahmad Shah. They fought against Ahmad Shah, and what a battle, and this and that. Well, Ahmad Shah saw the forces, dropped his arm, and surrendered. That's the battle that happened. That's the reality, right? And the fort is right up there. Now, when I went there, in fact, I'm showing you from the revenue registers which are there still. This man in the municipality corporation, I was able to go inside. I can read Urdu. So we started tracing it down in terms of land records. The lands that don't belong to individuals are still titled as Khalsa Sarkar. Up there, Khalsa Sarkar. Khalsa Sarkar is not Sikh Sarkar. Khalsa is Puritan Sarkar. Sarkar e Khalsa. Lahore Darbar. That's what it means. Okay? Now starts the interesting from where I'll bring this whole thing to an end. After consolidating Ladakh, Leh, 1840 getting into Skardu, Baltistan, now they turn eastwards. 1841, the expedition starts to the roof of the world. Boy, what an expedition it would have been. I have entered Tibet on 2 occasions, once alone, once with my elder daughter, the second time me and my wife. We went with a team to film for the Guru Nanak docu-series, and I can tell you what a territory it is. It's not easy. It's not easy. And I look at these guys, how they did it at that height. And you know, if you read some of the old historical records, Tibet has always been very hostile towards outsiders coming in. As spiritualists coming in, you know, from Kashmir and here and there, they've always been welcoming. But as a person coming in to explore or coming in to attack, they've always been very hostile. And it's a hard territory. So 1841, they go to Rutog. And this is along, they cross the Pangong Tso, from that side they enter Rutog. In 1841, June 1841, they camp at Rutog. They start going towards Gartok, and that's towards Saparang, which is a civilization, a very old civilization, and the kingdom was known as Gugi Kingdom. And there, interestingly, I stayed at the home of a local person. All of the places, that they all have Chinese flags, and it's totally, of course, communist right now, total Chinese ideology right now. And I stayed, did a homestay at one place, and in the evening, this old man comes to me, and we were not talking the whole day. And then he comes to us and he says, रात को क्या खाएगा बताओ, अंडा खाएगा, सब्जी खाएगा. And I'm looking at him, आपको हिंदी आता है क्या? कहता है, बेटा, जब मैं यंग था ना, जब जवान था, यहाँ से हम लोग हिमाचल जाते थे, यहाँ से हम लोग ऊन लेके जाते थे, ये लेके जाते थे, वहाँ से हम चीज़ें लेकर आते थे. And I'm looking at him and I said, look at how the borders have divided all of us, curtailed the people, ideologies, trade, everything. So anyhow, Gartok. And then, interestingly, they make a push towards Taklakot. Now, see, they're not going towards Lhasa. They're not going towards Lhasa. If you have to go to Lhasa, you just go further east. But why are they going downwards? There are only 2 reasons. 2 reasons. One reason is, you say, they want to go for their spiritual reasons to Kailash Mansarovar and bow their head there. No, because in the map I've shown Kailash Mansarovar first. Why would you go with armed forces to actually bow down at Kailash Mansarovar, right? They first go to Taklakot, September 1841. They pitch out there. Now, Taklakot is close to Nepal border. If you really wanted to conquer Tibet, you should be going to Lhasa. But you turn south and you're going to Taklakot, Purang, from where this trek happens, right? Purang, you're close to Purang, Garhwal, and you're entering actually Nepal. That's where my hypothesis comes in. Maybe they were trying to get inside Nepal to have an alliance, but fate would have something else out here. High altitude, 1841 September, they are camped at Taklakot. Some of them go on a pilgrimage, and that's the mistake they make. They go on a pilgrimage to Kailash and Mansarovar. And the Tibetans attack. And there's a war that happens out there, and there's a battle that happens there, and in that battle, Zorawar Singh gets shot, and he falls down, helter-skelter, and the whole thing comes to a collapse. Now, what I've not told you is an interesting fact. Here's the interesting fact. For all those who beat their chest as to Sikh, Dogra, this and that, let me tell you what history suppresses. 3 battalions went under the leadership of Zorawar Singh. 3 equal battalions under the leadership of Zorawar Singh, Basti Ram, Ghulam Rasool Beg. Names speak for the religions. Or faith, not a religion, faith. Because I don't know what the religion was, what they were practicing. Faith. Okay? 3, Ghulam Rasool Beg, Zorawar Singh, and Basti Ram. Zorawar Singh gets shot. He is the supreme commander. When that happens, Basti Ram cannot hold on. Sorry, what happens? He gets shot. History goes silent about Ghulam Rasool Beg. There's no history about Ghulam Rasool Beg after this. When I was researching on this and I had written something, a lady from US got in touch with me. And she says, I read this article of yours. I want to know, did you find anything more about Ghulam Rasool Beg? I said, history is silent. I don't know. I'm not going to find him in Tibet. And she says, because my history tells me that we are descendants of Ghulam Rasool Beg. And I'm saying, Ghulam Rasool Beg, look at it. They were fighting for Lahore Darbar. How big a vision this was. And history is silent about Ghulam Rasool Beg. History, however, tells us a lot about Basti Ram. Basti Ram Mehta. I just recently met, in fact, a colleague of mine with whom I worked in India for long. I met him just a few months back, and his last name is Mehta. And we just realized that he's a descendant of Basti Ram. I said, wow, Rajan, you never told me that. He says, I never knew that you were interested in this, right? So anyhow, 1841, Basti Ram, Zorawar Singh dead, Ghulam Rasool Beg, history silent. Basti Ram goes down the Purang, the current trekking route from Garhwal, comes down through Uttarakhand area, Garhwal, and comes to Ludhiana. And he takes refuge here and under the British, and basically the expedition ends here. So, Mount Kailash, I just want to show where they went. The move that probably failed them was to go into Mount Kailash to pay obeisance. And at Taklakot is this Chotan, which they call as Singh Ba Chotan. The Chotan, the memorial of the Singh warrior. Which Singh warrior? Zorawar Singh. Now, Sikhs will say it's a Sikhs warrior. The Dogras will say it's Dogra's warrior. Keep fighting till you all are dead, right? The fact is that they fought collectively. Okay. Now, I'm going to last slide, last 1 or 2, and that's it. I want to bring in an interesting insight to bring in why these divides don't matter and why they get created. This is the book Tibet, a Political History by Sepon W.B.D. Shakaba. Shakabapa. He was the finance minister of Dalai Lama. When Dalai Lama in 1950s, he came into India, this person, Sepon, actually came with him. He was the finance minister of Tibet under Dalai Lama. This is his book, right? So it's not Tom, Dick and Harry writing. So let's read 2 things. First, from that book on page 244, I'm giving you the reference also. Get this book, see it for yourself. Now, before I read it, I want to tell you something. Just pay attention here. This is the last piece I'm telling you. They are using the word Sikh inside this. Because Sepon is writing from a British angle. Because he has come here and the British have a rule or whatever it is. So it's the Sikh Empire, Anglo-Sikh War. We've already created a narrative. So he's writing the Sikh. But he's actually writing about the broader communities, and I'll prove that from the bottom. So let's read that. 1/3, there's a third line I'm reading. 1/3 of the Sikh and Ladakhi prisoners. Sikh, he's talking about the entire Punjabi force and the Dogra force that came in. He's not talking about Sikh like me. He's talking about 1/3 of the Sikh and Ladakhi were their own people. It's the extended Tibet, right? Ladakh was Chota Tibet. 1/3 of Sikh and Ladakhi prisoners elected to remain in Tibet. Because when they were brought into to Lhasa, these people after the fall of Taklakot, they were brought into Lhasa. And then after the treaty, they were allowed to go. But he says 1/3 elected to live in Tibet. The Sikhs again the generic term Sikhs, were resettled in the warmer regions of southern Tibet by the government, and many of them married Tibetan girls. The Sikhs are known to have introduced the cultivation of apricots, apples, grapes, and peaches into the country. Now, let's stop there. So, who are these Sikh people? Let's get down. David G. Atwell in Islamic Shangri-La. I've been into this Muslim quarter behind the Potala Palace. There is a Muslim quarter there. And the Muslim quarter, you see those people there, they look different. They are not Tibetan people. They have fair looks. In some way, they've got mixed, right? They've got a bit of features from that side also here, because that's the marriage and the mixing of genes that's created. But they're fair, right? They look somewhat Kashmiri. And here's what he writes. Among the Lhasa Khache, Lhasa Khache were those known as Singpa Khache. I told you about Singpa Chotan, where this one was Singpa Chotan. Look at the words. Among the Lhasa Khache were those known as Singpa Khache, Muslim Khache of the Singhs. Now, who are the Muslim Khache of the Singhs? Right? Who are the Muslim Khache of the Singhs? Are they Sikhs? Muslim Khache of the Singhs. Khache is Tibetan name for Kashmir. These are the forces that came from that region into Tibet. They are not concerned about Punjab. They are not concerned about Lahore. They are not concerned about Peshawar. They are not concerned about Multan. They are seeing a force coming in from Kashmir, led by the Singpa Khache tribe, which has got Muslims, Hindus, Sikhs, all of them coming inside. Descendants of soldiers from Zorawar Singh's failed 1841 campaign who settled in Tibet and married into existing Muslim households. I have not written here, but goes on to further say, and I've seen this myself, the entire Singpa Khache community are Muslims. Some of them may have changed their faith. Some of them may have been just Muslims who chose to stay back from this battalion. And they are the meat butcher supplier. They are the butchers of Tibetan plateau who when Dalai Lama was there, they were the officially meat suppliers of the Potala Palace. This is the Muslim community that we are talking about. Singpa community. So you see how the words are intertwined. I hope I'm ending with demystifying of what I keep saying. If anyone has a doubt, this is a large slide. If anyone still has a doubt, look at the treaty that's being signed by the Tibetans and Zorawar Singh. And last line, executed and sealed at Chushul on the 17th days of September 1842, corresponding to the Iron Tiger year, by the officers of the Lhasa government and the officers of the Lahore Darbar, represented by Gulab Singh of Jammu. Keep fighting till you are all dead, that he was a Sikh or a Dogra. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amardeep. Thanks for this great exposition. And we hope you will keep coming time and again here. And as you said, you won't be going to Sakadu and those areas again. But in your last presentation, you're saying that if Guru Nanak could, in those days, go till 69 years and work, you still have 10 more years. So we wish you best, all the best, and we hope that much more will come out in these works. In one of his books, while he was in Rawalpindi, I read it, he had a young aunt in Muzaffarabad, 5 or 6 years old in 47, who got lost. And oda naam siga Jaswanti. During his trips to Pakistan, somebody gave him cues कि ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕੋਈ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇਦਾਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਲੱਭਦੇ ਲੁਭਾਉਂਦੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਘਰ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਏ ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਸੀਗਾ ਫਿਰ ਨੂਰੀ ਮੈਰੀਡ a doctor in her second marriage, as he tells me, and had number of children. जो मिली है कि मेरा भतीजा आया घर मेरे, वो तो निहाल हो गई होनी है, तो इन्हों ब्रेकफास्ट खवाया, परौंठे तो वो करके, तो मैनू अज भी याद है, कहते जो मैं बाहर आया वो मुंडे जोड़े इन्हों के कजनस हुए पर वो जफियाँ पा के मिले, कहते साड़ी माँ जी ना सारे नाल तगड़ी है, बड़े लोग डरते हैं इतों, ये सरदारां दी कुड़ी है. So that is the history. It's not only cement and sand and bricks, the legacy which we have left. There's a lot of emotional bondings, broken hearts, and we've lost so much on that. And today morning, it reminded me what my mother used to tell me about Amrita Pritam's great poem, Aj Aakhaं Waris Shah Nu, Kite Kabran To Bol. So I'll just take 2 minutes and we'll play that, and thereafter we'll leave on this emotional note.
Do we have any question or anything?
After this?
Okay. All right.
As I was reading, when she came from Gujranwala to Lahore to Delhi, and she was a poetess and was married, and her marriage was not going on well. And she was looking for a job, and probably she went to Dehradun, his place. And when she was traveling back with 2 children with no job, so that's the time probably, this is the story of thousands and thousands who have come from there. We have forgotten that, but those people have traveled and made a destiny. No, sorry, Amardeep. Any questions, please, to the master?
नमस्कार सर, सत श्री अकाल. और पहले मैं सानू कहा गया कि तुसी पंजाबी च भी काफ़ी कुछ बोलोगे, बट घट है, चलो सवाल मैं पंजाबी च पूछ लेना. ओके जनाब, गल इस तरह है कि तुसी डोगरा एंड सिंग्स की जी टोटल गल की है कि मतलब जो थोड़ा बहुत स्लाइड्स पढ़न नाल जां तुहानू सुनन नाल जिहड़ी चीज़ां समझ आईयां, मैनू तो किते कोई डाउट नहीं लगता कि तुसी जिन्नी रिसर्च की है, जिन्नी बड़ी जिन्नी लंबी एंड चौड़ाई च जो भी रिसर्च की है वधिया की है, और जो तुसी कह रहे हो सब सच हैगा. बट ईवन दैन देयर स्टैंड सम डाउट कि तुसी जिस तरह कह रहे हो कि डोगराज कहते कि उन्होंने जितया, इधर सिक्स की गल चलती सी, एंड आई परसनली फील बीइंग ए डोगरा कि वो सारे का कंबाइन एफर्ट सीगा, है ना. और फाउंडेशन जी महाराजा रणजीत सिंह जी ने या हर सिंह नलवा जी ने फाउंडेशन छड्डी सी, उहदे उत्ते ही सारी चीज़ बिल्ड की गई. दिस आई कुड अंडरस्टैंड ओनली.
मैं माफ़ी मंगदा, मैं माफ़ी मंगदा, मैं तुहाडी एक्सपेक्टेशन पूरी नहीं कर सकिया पंजाबी च गल करके.
नहीं किया गया सी पहले.
वो प्रॉब्लम पता है की होंदी है?
जी जी जी.
बोलण नूं तो मैं पंजाबी भी बोलना, नेपाली भी बोलना, उर्दू भी बोलना,
जी जी
इंग्लिश भी बोलना. नहीं गल ये है कि थोड़ी ऑडियंस मैनू क्या है, दोवें ते गल्लां करो, दोवें च नहीं हो सकदी है. इत्थे गड्डी इत्थे चलेगी, गड्डी उत्थे चलेगी, राइट. मेरे क्या तुसीं जिहड़ा ओहदा तत्त कड्ढिया है ना, बिल्कुल सही कड्ढिया है.
जी जी जी.
ते मैं कोशिश करांगा, तुसीं मैनू अपनी ईमेल दे दो कदी, फिर पंजाबी च अगर होई तो मैं तुहानू पंजाबी च भेज दांगा. लेकिन जो तुसीं तत्त कड्ढिया है ना, बिल्कुल सही कड्ढिया है कि असीं सारे इसी खिच्चातानी च लगे हैं. हरी सिंह नलवा दी बेस तो मैं स्टोरी बनाई कि उन्हां दे रणजीत सिंह का एम्पायर जो सीगा एक बड़ा सैकुलर एम्पायर सीगा, है ना. ये कोई हिंदू सिख वाला मुसलमान की गल नहीं. घर जो भी चीज़ बनती है कोई बेस ते बनती है. ते जब तक हरी सिंह नलवा दी और रणजीत सिंह ने उसते वो एक्सपेंशन करके खैबर पास नूं प्लग ही नहीं किया, जो सारे अटैक हो रहे हैं, जो उत्थे तुसीं दरवाजे नूं बंद ही नहीं करोगे तो दूजी जगह आके तुसीं खेत अपना एक गार्डन किद्दां बनाओगे, है ना.
कोई रीइंफोर्समेंट कोई रसद कुछ नहीं आएगा.
हुण गार्डन जिहड़ा बनिया उपर नूं, उहदे अंदर 1834 ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਸਿੰਘ ਔਰ ਜ਼ੋਰਾਵਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਦਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਰੋਲ ਹੈਗਾ ਔਰ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਲਾਸਾ ਦੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਤਿੱਬਤੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਵੇਖਦੇ ਆ, ਮੇਰੇ ਕਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਕਸਦ ਇਹ ਸੀਗਾ, ਗੱਲ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਜੋ ਹੈ ਇੱਥੇ ਲੜਾਈ 'ਚ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ ਹਾਂ ਡੋਗਰੇ ਤੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਦੇ ਵਿਚਕਾਰ, ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਬੰਦ ਕਰੋ। ਜੋ ਤਾਰੀਖ ਹੈ ਤਾਰੀਖ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਿਓ, ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੰਦੇ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਿਓ। ਆਰਮੀ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਕੋਈ ਡੋਗਰਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਤੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਹੋਵੇ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਫਰਕ ਪੈਂਦਾ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਮੇਰਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਕਸਦ ਇਹ ਸੀਗਾ।
ਬਸ ਉਹੀ ਲਾਜ਼ਮ ਮੇਰਾ ਇਹ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਗਲਤੀਆਂ ਰਹਿ ਗਈਆਂ ਕਿ ਉਸ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਰਿਕਗਨਾਈਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਜੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਟੱਡੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ।
ਗਲਤੀ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਮੈਂ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਸਲਾਈਡ ਤੋਂ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਮੈਂ ਸਲਾਈਡ ਪੂਰੀ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਬਾਬਾ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਸ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਤੋਂ ਕਿ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਠੀਕ ਕਰੋ। ਅਗਰ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਅਚੀਵ ਹੋਏਗਾ। ਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਸਾਡੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਉਹੀ ਦੀਮਕ ਲੱਗੀ ਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਘਰ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇਸ ਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਕਿ ਲੜਾਈਆਂ ਬੰਦ ਕਰੋ ਆਪਣੇ ਅੰਦਰ, ਤਾਂ ਹੀ ਬਾਹਰ ਫੋਕਸ ਕਰ ਪਾਓਗੇ। ਸੌਰੀ, ਇਹ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਫੋਰਮ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਅੰਦਰ ਦੀ ਲੜਾਈ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ।
ਨਹੀਂ, ਇਸ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਫੋਰਮ 'ਚ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਾਤਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਵੀ ਇਹੀ 2 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਦਾ ਸੰਦੇਸ਼ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ, ਕੁਝ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਚਲਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜਨਾਬ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ।
ਐਨੀਬਡੀ ਐਲਸ?
एक मिनट, वो माइक पे बोल रहा।
माइक ले लो
सर। लाहौर च फकीर खान म्यूजियम है।
फकीर खाना?
हाँ जी, फकीर खाना जी।
मैं 126 शहर ते पिंड पाकिस्तान च किताबां दे वर्के होए हैं। गुरु नानक डॉक्यूमेंट्री सीरीज ऐड करोगे 175 तो उप्पर आए हैं। मैं पाकिस्तानियों को पाकिस्तान घुमा दा
जी। नहीं, मैं वो देखा उस तो स्कर्दू जाए, बहुत बड़ी गल है जी।
वो आया मैं जी, वो फकीर खाना म्यूजियम का जिहड़ा वो अपना
ओनर
हाँ जिहड़ा है ना
अजीजुद्दीन,
वो मैनू कदी देखदा कहंदा यार तू सारी फोटोआं चंगी खिच्चियां, मेरी फोटो ऑफ लॉस्ट हेरिटेज इहो जी खिच्ची है, मेरी अखां भैंगियां करतियां तू। राइट, अजे तक मैं ही इज अपसेट विद मी। राइट, सो या आई हैव बीन देयर, यस।
चलो, I'll request the chairman to please come up on the stage and honor it, and I'll also request ma'am, Mrs. Raninder, please do come over for the honors. She has been a great support to him throughout. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning we are having the Chief of Defence Staff here, General Anil Chauhan, especially coming down after Op Sindoor to share his thoughts with us for an hour. Be seated here before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Just one appeal.
1 point.
So one appeal. I again request you where I started from. Please visit thegurunanak.com. There is only one. So the Guru Nanak. ਤੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਬਣੀ ਹੈ ਇਤਨੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਲਗਾ ਕੇ, ਅਗਰ ਬਾਹਰ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਸਮਝ ਸਕਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਸਮਝੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਦੇਖੋ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਓ. Why have we made it? If my people, the adherents of Nanak, are not interested in it, there is something wrong. So let's start making an effort. Thank you.